Su 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 su, oh dia su 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 su, oh yo, mama twine. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is getting in. I want to request you, once she walks into the door, that we welcome her in the style we like doing best here in Kenya. So we shall give her a standing ovation for really making time to do that. Once she walks in, I'll usher you to welcome her. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly help me welcome our chief guest, Dr. Esther Tharo, the Principal Secretary, State Department for TVET. Let's appreciate her with a clap as well as she comes in. Thank you so much, Madam PS, for making it and coming through. I'd request us to remain standing. Because we shall start with the national anthem, which shall be led to us by the beautiful Kenya Coast National Polytechnic Band. We are more than ready for it, and then we shall sing along. Thank you so much. I can see the guests are settling in, and then we shall immediately get to the anthem, the national anthem, kindly. Let's go. Thank you so much. And just before you sit as well, I want to request Bwana John Memo, Meru National Technical, to kindly come and quickly lead us into our prayer. Sir, you are welcome. Come up.
Okay, and before we pray, I remind you of scripture from the book of 1 Thessalonians, chapter 5, verses 18. The Bible says, "In everything, give thanks unto God at all times." So God desires that our hearts be filled with gratitude at all times. Let us pray. Father, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you for this day and the opportunity to gather here in this workshop, oh Lord. We want to thank you, Lord, even as we start this conference, oh Jehovah God. I thank you for everything, oh Lord. I pray, Lord, for guidance and wisdom, even as we start this day and this forum, O Lord. Thank you, Father Lord, for the learning and the experiences that we are about to gain, O Lord, in this workshop. May all the deliberations, Lord, may all the things that we gather here, Lord, help us, Jehovah God, to be better even tomorrow. May they, Jehovah God, be those that are going, Lord, to bless our colleagues, oh Jehovah God, and everybody, Jehovah God. And Lord, may you, God, receive glory and honor in everything, oh Jehovah. We thank you, Lord, for you are good unto us. Thank you, Father, Lord, for the far you have brought us, Lord, as a country, oh Jehovah God, and Lord, as an education sector, Lord. Lord, we thank you, Jehovah God, for all the stakeholders, Lord, even in the journey the Lord we've had, oh Jehovah God. Even, Lord, as we congregate in this close out workshop, we want to say thank you, Jehovah God, as you require of us. I thank you and I worship you. Lord, help us to be united, O Jehovah God, and the Lord may take our great country to greater heights. We pray this trusting and believing. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just before you sit one more time, we are very quick to the seats. This is a young day fellow thing. I'd like you to just look at the person sitting next to you. Just give them a smile. Don't do anything else. It's a smile. And then alert them that I'm about to take a selfie with you. All right? And for the generation that may not understand, a selfie is a picture you take. I may not have to. Please do that. It's a smiling day. And I want us to engage with the hashtag. If I may have the hashtag on the screen. There you go. That's the hashtag. In this age, and Madam P.S., her phone is not around, so your neighbor is going to be the best one today. Don't worry. There you go. Excellent. Well sorted. Make sure you take a nice one. It can be a groupie, something like that. Use that hashtag. Just say Nicosette na TVET. You never know what will happen. Once you have done that, you can take your seat. All right? I love this. I love this one. I love this one. Lovely. Lovely. That's a good one. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lovely, lovely. There's a big one here. If you're on the camera, you better smile. You better smile on it. There you go. Lovely, lovely. Nicosette na TVET. Make sure you share it. Make sure you share it around. In this generation of media, where I belong, because I come from the media side, we cannot ignore digital media, right? We need to tell the world that we are talking about the TVET conversations right here. Thank you so much for that. The ones who are actually making some noise is because they're saying you didn't take my good side, those kind of things. Make sure it's a good side that is taken. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Our chief guest, Dr. Esther, PS, State Department for TVET. Maurice Schmidt, Manager of Operations, Colleges and Institutes Canada. Hannah Sadiq as well, Country Director, MasterCard Foundation. Distinguished guests in the house, the TVET leadership who are here. Ladies and gentlemen and partners, welcome and good morning. Thank you so much for being here. There's a special persons I have not mentioned yet, and I want us to appreciate them in a special way. If you are here and you are a student from a TVET institution, please stand. Stand where you are for a moment. We just want to appreciate you. All the students who are here from some of the TVET institutions, there you go. Thank you so much. Beautiful people. Amazing. You may take your seats. You are the reason why we are here. That's the reason why we had to give them that club. So we're here to celebrate the Young Africa Works in Kenya. The TVET program, a program that has empowered youth, transformed institutions, and bridged the gap between education and dignified work. I would like to emphasize on that, dignified work. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 5 years, as you will be hearing here, the program has unlocked incredible potential from the hands-on training in classrooms to real-world opportunities in industries. It's a story of impact, partnership, and change. But now, even as we reflect on the 5 years back, there must be some questions that we must always ask ourselves. What more can we do? What must we change? And how do we ensure that every young Kenyan has access to the opportunities they deserve? So these next 3 days, very impactful 3 days, we shall be not only celebrating, but reflecting. Reflecting on our progress, but more importantly about shaping the future we want to build together. So I want to welcome all the fallen, and of course, to the future that we see as a transformed one. Some quick house rules that I would like to announce in the house today. First, we have Wi-Fi access. If you need access, you just need to type in the name of the Wi-Fi is Convention Wi-Fi, and the password is Paradise 2025. So make sure you feel free to engage with us. And the reason why the Wi-Fi is easier is because the panel discussion shall be here, amazing ones that have been planned. And one of the ways of engaging with the speakers, the panelists, is by asking questions. So this Wi-Fi will be very useful because we have a digital way of asking questions so that we can manage time very well. If you don't mind, I have just mentioned some of the rules. One of it is that we have some ladies and gentlemen in black t-shirts. They're from the Atmosphere team. If you need any assistance, just go to any of them. They will assist you. Next, We have the washrooms just right situated straight out. The way you walked in straight out, you'll see some, and even some at the back of this room as well. We have an ambulance on standby in case of any emergencies here. And I want to request in a humble way, if your phone can be on silent mode, it will be okay. It will be okay to do that. But at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, may I have Grace Karambu very quickly for a quick minute to just tell us, are we safe? Are we safe? It is important that we know that. Grace represents this amazing hotel, the Pride in Paradise, Mombasa. Welcome, Grace, very quickly.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Grace Karambu. I'm the in charge of security around the convention areas. I'm here on behalf of the Pride in Management to welcome you at Pride in Paradise. I'll tell you, security is our first priority to our guests. So wherever you walk across the hotel, you are all secured by the security guard. And we do have 2 policemen on patrol always. Wherever you go across them, just say hi to them. They are there to take care of you. You are allowed to walk around our hotel to the beach areas where there is a Kenya Wildlife Service office. Always talk to those guys when you are around the beach area for security purpose. When you are here, in case of emergency, you exit with the door 1. Opposite, there is elephant parking. Then there is a jumbo bag garden where we go in case of emergency. And always the trained security personnel are there to take care of you in case there is emergency. And you read the signages as you walk across the hotel to show you the evacuation area where there is a guard who is standby to assist you. We do offer medical services. In case your ambulance personnel need assistance from our doctor, she's always available around the hotel. We do have a free Wi-Fi, which you already have the first one, Paradise 2025. We do offer the printing services. They are in the next convention area. You just go to business center and you get assistance in case there is a problem with the internet. You get people to assist you. The tea time will be served at 10 o'clock. From here on your left hand, there is Expo Center, where we will be a tea served at 10 o'clock to 11. Opposite the Expo Center, there is washrooms. Then another opposite the Expo Center, there is a convention entrance for the big conference. There is still a washroom on your right hand. The lunchtime will be served at the Dow restaurant. There is a way to the next convention to the Dow restaurant, the big door directing to the Dow restaurant from the lobby. And everyone will have a meal voucher to access the restaurant during the lunchtime from 12:30 to 2. There will be people there controlling to show the way to the entrance, and the secretariats will ensure the VIP are directed well to access the dining hall during the lunchtime. Then there will be another tea at 4 o'clock to 5 still at the Expo Center. And if you get something suspicious around the hotel, just dial 0 to the reception or dial 1509. There is a landline at the corner to get in touch with the security people to guide you. If you want to walk around Mombasa, ensure you have a friend from Mombasa to take you around Mombasa, or you ask a satisfied urban driver to walk across Mombasa for security purpose. Have a good day and enjoy yourself, Pride in Paradise. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a brief, and I hope you heard it very well. Very quickly, how we shall be interacting today. If you don't mind, I would like to ask you to kindly take your phone, type in this, because this is our platform where we shall be asking all our questions through the day and interacting with the speaker. So just type it in, slido.com, 40879. That's how we shall be interacting today. So kindly make it as fast as possible. And for the ones who like scanning, we have a way of doing it. So please, I want to check whether you have managed to do. This is a quick one. Who's in the room today? And if you don't mind, you could follow that instruction. If you're Hannah, use an adjective before, like happy Hannah is in the house. Just very quickly, let's see who is in the house very first. You can scan that as well. It will be as easy as going in. Let's see how we are faring on. Thank you so much. So slido.com, 40879. Slido.com, 40879. Thank you so much for that. We just want to ensure that once you get in there, you'll see 2 tabs. There's a part where there's a question, and there's the other part that has the polls. So make sure you interact with the Q&A all through. For the ones who are typing the number, it's okay. That's your name for today. It's fine. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, Majestic Mary, and the many more who shall be in there. This is our platform of interacting. If you don't mind, make sure you scan that. You can even use it on your notebooks, that when I want to ask questions, I need to go to the slider.com. 4,879 is how you do that. So far, so good. We have about 8 persons who have scored A, in this institution. So far, so good. So, but make sure you do that. Excellent. Humble Kiru is here. Youthful Irene, thank you. Dangerous Dan, we need to talk to you aside. Thank you so much. Maurice Owaka of Kepsa, thank you so much. Gideon Geddy, thank you so much. Excited Jared, thank you. Fancy Juliet, thank you so much. JW, welcome. Authentica, hey, welcome. Brilliant Benja as well, thank you. My sample was 30, and I can see we have hit that. We appreciate you for coming. Even awesome Eric and beautiful Janeresa. We appreciate you, beautiful Janeresa. Thank you so much for that. And brilliant Benja as well. Wow, I like the way we're doing it. Thank you so much for that. If I may ask a question, if I may ask just one question. From our speakers who are going to come today, and we have talked about our 3-day forum. One question would be this: what are your expectations for this forum? If you have any, type it in there. The speakers are seeing, the panelists are seeing. Any expectation you have that at the end of these 3 days, I want to leave out of this place, haven't done what? Or haven't gotten what? It helps. It helps a lot to guide and to see. Someone's expectation is to be gracious or gratitude. Excellent. It's okay. Grumpy Anton. Okay, it's not introduction anymore, Grumpy. Thank you so much. A lot of relaxation. Thank you. Network and learn. Interactive session. That's an expectation. Thank you so much. Informed and equipped. Way forward for CICAN projects. To celebrate as well. Opportunities for the youth. Overview in marketing. And building lasting connections as well. Thank you so much, Ekuru, as well. Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much for your expectations. The closing forum has mixed reactions. What next? Love it, lovely. Someone wants to make friends, fruits of CICAN. All right, we shall be listening to that. Thank you so much for that. And at this moment, because of time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this moment to invite our first remarks coming from Naomi Ragai. Naomi Ragai is the Senior Technical Advisor, Young Africa Works in Kenya. Please put your hands together for her as she comes all the way from TVET Program, Colleges and Institute, Canada. Welcome, Naomi.
Principal Secretary, State Department of TVET, TVET Agency Representative, MasterCard Foundation Country Director, Development Partners present, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Young Africa Works in Kenya TVET program team, I'd like to welcome you to this final Partners Forum. Thank you for coming. We are glad to host you, and we are grateful for Journey Mercies. Over the next 3 days, we will be sharing program learning, achievements, and impact. We will hold conversations around sustainability, and we will identify gaps that need to be taken up for support by other development partners and other government agencies. On Thursday night, we will have a gala dinner to celebrate all the support that we have been given by all the actors within the TVET sector, enabling the success of this program. I would like to welcome the host principal, Principal Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. Kindly come and welcome all the guests to the coastal city of Mombasa. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Esther Paharo Muria, who is the Principal Secretary, State Department of TVET. Distinguished guests, including government officials, our development partners, industry leaders, and TVET champions. Colleagues from our TVET institutions across Kenya, graduates and trainees of the TVET system, who are actually the heartbeat of this program that we are celebrating today, ladies and gentlemen, Good morning. I want to ask us to feel welcome to the coastal city of Mombasa, the seaside city that is very unique because it offers more than many other cities in this country. It's actually my great honor to welcome you to this close-out forum of the Young Africa Works in Kenya TVET program under the theme Empowering Youths, Transforming Futures. Today, we are not just closing our program, we are celebrating a remarkable transformation in the Kenyan technical education. For 5 years, this initiative has been able to transform lives. It has not simply trained young people, it has sparked dreams, created real opportunities, and shown us that practical skills are the key to success in today's world. None of this would have been possible, ladies and gentlemen, without the unwavering support of our government through the State Department of TVET, who have created alliances and held our hands through this training sojourn. To our partners at Mastercard Foundation, colleges and East of Canada, various government departments, our private partners, your support has turned obstacles into opportunities and created pleasant successes. Working side by side, we have championed competence-based education and training, and moving beyond paper qualifications. We have been able to demonstrate that practical abilities are what delivers real successes in the workplace, not just about paper qualifications alone. Let me take this moment to recognize our trainers who are seated in the room and our institutional leaders, represented by the chairs of council and the boards of governors here who are here today. I want to say that the contributions that you have made in making decisions, even in times of difficulty and scarce resources, are hugely recognized. Your commitment is extremely commendable. To our trainees, watching you move from the workshops in the institutions to the real world of work, watching you being able to deliver of the practical skills that you have gained in our institutions is our greatest reward. You have shown the nation that TVET is not just an alternative path. It is actually the springboard to real success and prosperity. We salute you. At the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, we have seen tremendous achievements in our training system. We have had many young people that are now able to work in industry even as they go on with training. This is usually not what you see in many spaces. It's one thing that we are seeing for the first time. We have one trainee known as Lewis Kawanda, a food and beverage service trainee, who is already working part-time in several hotels in this town. And when he goes to work, you know, he's paid. So the young man has money in his pocket even as he's undergoing training. You know, then we have another lady known as Veronica Akinyi from our food production program. This lady competed with Kenya's best and emerged fourth in the world skills cooking competition. Ladies and gentlemen, this demonstrates what happens when we combine quality training together with motivated and determined students. It is a game changer in terms of how our students are able to work in that system. But we cannot stop here, ladies and gentlemen. Important questions remain unanswered. A few of them are the following. How do we bring more women and disadvantaged youth into these programs? It's a question that we need to answer as we move forward. How can we build stronger ties with industry, our local industries? How do we do that? How do we create opportunities and prepare our young people to be able to fit in jobs beyond the borders of this country? How do we mobilize sufficient and adequate resources to increase in terms of the opportunities available in the TVET sector and be able to offer access to more young people to benefit from the CBET program that we offer? I believe that in the next 3 days as we engage together, your ideas and experience will help us to chart the way forward for TVET in Kenya. Together, we recognize our achievements, our powerful stories from the graduates that we have in the house today, and develop concrete plans to keep moving and to ensure that our trainees are capable of matching and being able to satisfy the need of the industry. I want to pay growing tribute to our peers, Madam Moria. We are truly grateful for the strong leadership that you provide in our TVET sector. You know, in the struggle to ensure that the programs we offer match with the needs in the industry. For the next 3 days, we are going to be set together. I want to ask that we will be able to swap ideas, cheer our greatest innovations. We'll be able to think boldly about what is possible. Just picture this. RPL centers opening across every county in this country. Picture a scenario where the modular curriculum quickly churns out skillful technicians in the job market and not keeping them any day longer in the TVET institutions. Picture TVET becoming the first choice for Kenyan students. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not just possible, it is actually happening now. We have had testimony from the first speaker that we have prioritization of TVET as opposed to other areas, other sectors of training in this country. Now, as we start this engagement today, I want to ask all of us to be involved in every discussion. Let us make real connections. And most importantly, let us live here prepared to take action. To our graduates, you are carrying Kenya's future in your skilled hands. I want to ask you to stand tall because you have risen to. To our partners, remember those sometimes long meetings and CBET implementation changes. I want to say that you are not just fine-tuning documents. You are actually planting trees whose shade will shelter generations. As I finish, I want to say this, that just as a tailor teaches their apprentice, that a good garment must fit both the person and the purpose. We have worked and are still working stitch by stitch to shape our training system that truly fits our youth, serves our industry, and fuels our economy. This is both an ending as well as a beginning. I want to say tuendelee pamoja. Let us keep moving forward together. Look at what we have achieved. CBET is now a priority in our country. Industries are calling for our graduates, and young Kenyans see TVET as their path to success. The journey ahead, I must say, is full of promise. Asante sana. Let us make these 3 days truly count. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Principal. I'd like to welcome the next guest, Board Chairperson, Kenya National Qualifications Authority, Honorable Stanley Kiptis. Kindly take the stage and share your remarks. Thank you.
I'm quite tall. Thank you. Allow me to recognize and appreciate the Principal Secretary of the State Department for TVET, Dr. Esther Tahara Moria, PhD, CPS, as well as the lead Workforce Development MasterCard Foundation, Mr. Anthony Karanja, the Manager of Operation Colleges and Institute Canada, Mr. Maurice Smith, all chairpersons, all CEOs present, all principals, all learners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me, before I read my speech, to actually introduce those of us that are coming from KNQA. My team, please, can you be upstanding? Oh, thank you. Seated closer together, thank you. Dr. Wekesa, Dr. Pulimo, and my sister, Juliet. Allow me also to present greetings from our CEO, who was more than willing to be with us, but has some engagement elsewhere. Thank you. I'm delighted to join you this morning for this momentous ceremony to celebrate together the significant concerted efforts and the resilience shared principles in pursuit of worthwhile accomplishment. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Kenya National Qualification Authority, I sincerely extend our appreciation to the colleges and Institute Canada, SICAN, for working with us as we shape the future of qualification. You have been a key partner in illuminating the path of the future we all desire. In a country where pathways to skills, knowledge, and competencies are as varied as its people, a centralized system is important to reinforce quality, credibility, and relevance of all forms of learning. Kenya National Qualification Authority assures credibility of qualification through the Kenya National Qualification Framework. Ladies and gentlemen, through the Young African Works TVET second project in SICAN, we found a partner with well-established knowledge in strengthening TVET and shared confidence in the importance of inclusive certification. Jointly, we developed and reviewed the first national policy framework on RPL, both in implementation guidelines, tools, and manuals that to date guide and support RPL implementation in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, through this foundation, 800 practitioners drawn from 26 centers of excellence were trained as national RPL practitioners, and over 400 RPL candidates were assessed. It's also important to note, and I'm delighted as such, that through SICAN, we are able to support over 450 refugees who are assessed across 23 areas in Turkana County. Ladies and gentlemen, to assure ourselves that we are on the right direction, KNQA and SICAN jointly concluded a research in 2 areas: a tracer study on the impact of RPL certification on employment, education, and personal development, as well as a study on industry readiness to ensure quality qualification through CBET. This research was strategic and timely to re-examine the status of RPL implementation. As we close this phase, we do so with utmost fulfillment and optimism that everything we have done together has not only enhanced policy and human resource, but it has also touched lives and re-envisioned access and inclusivity. We have collectively confirmed that with relevant partnership, it is possible to crack multi-phased system without losing sight of the individuals they are meant to assist. To colleges and Institute Canada and the MasterCard Foundation, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for supporting a lasting legacy. This is a springboard to another new phase. As I conclude, I assure you of the KNQA's commitment to scaling up all the projects we have undertaken together. As we forge forward the vision we have built together, and may the values of credibility, inclusion, access, and quality continue to guide our path. And before I sit, allow me to request all of us to raise your right hand. Just raise your hand. Now, can you now close and let us have that kind of a gesture? And we all just pronounce that we are all together. I'm not baptizing you. Each one of us mentioned that we are doing what?
Niko set na TVET.
Why you not pronounce it well? Oh, those of us who don't know Kiswahili, can you maybe help those of us who are closer? Niko.
Niko.
Set.
Set.
Na.
Na.
TVET.
TVET.
Not very fast. Slowly again. Niko.
Niko.
Set.
Set.
Na.
Na.
TVET.
TVET.
Mbarikiwe.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd like to welcome the next guest, CEO COOPS, Dr. Agnes Wahome. Kindly take the stage and share your remarks.
I think I'll need a step, especially after the speaker who has just left. Our PS, Dr. Esther Moria, our development partners, the principals and chairs of various TVET institutions, my colleagues, CEOs from our other sagas, the students here, good morning. Good morning once again. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be here on behalf of COOPS and the State Department for Higher Education. COOPS, in terms of our operations, we cut across the three state departments. That is the basic, where we are charged with the career guidance. So we engage a lot with the secondary school students in terms of career guidance for the programs that are offered in the TVET sector. We work a lot with the TVET State Department, and that's why we are here today. But we are also working with the State Department for Higher Education, where we have the universities. But the universities are also now running TVET institutions. So it just shows that there's something in TVET that everybody wants to be associated with. In fact, we now have 21 universities that have TVET institutions that want to compete with our TVET State Department. COOPS has been engaged with CICAN for a number of years. In two programs now, two projects, that was KEFEP and now the Young Africa Works. As an organization, we've grown a lot in terms of being exposed to what happens in other institutions, especially in Canada. We learned on how to market TVET programs, and we've been able to work in this current program on ensuring that we provide career guidance for the new programs that have been established under this current program, and also providing mentorship to the students. Over the years, we've also ensured that the programs that have been developed through these partnerships have been enlisted on the COOPS portal so that the students are able to access and apply for the programs, and also get more information on these programs. We have seen a tremendous change in the way our students have been applying for TVET programs. In the year 2021, we only placed 6,695 students who had a C+ and above. These are students who qualify to go to the university, but they opt to take degree programs, TVET programs. Now, when we followed up on these students, some of them said that they had been asked to apply by their teachers or by their parents. So a number of them actually now transferred back to the university. So what does that tell us? That students were actually applying without really having a clear knowledge of what they were doing. But today, in the last results that we released, this is the 2025, we had 27,073 students who qualified to go to the university that opted to go to TVET institutions. I think that's something to celebrate. Now, we cannot say that 27 have the same behavior as the 6,000 because the students, the 27,000, have applied when they have received their results. They make their choices without the influence of the teachers because they are already out of school, unlike the 6,000 who are making their choices while in school. So we are confident that these are students who have actually found the benefit in TVET and opt to take TVET courses without any coercion. But why is this so? We are still finding out why they prefer, but the quick wins definitely is because the modular, we have seen a great interest in the modular courses where students can take a program within a few months and they get into the job market. The contribution of CICAN, of course, is felt in this. But we still have more young people who are not in any form of training, they are not in an employment or education. And those are the ones that get all of us worried. My question is, how do we develop more attractive programs for these young people? Programs that resonate to their needs and their interests. How do we come up with programs that align with the fast-moving world of technology so that they remain relevant, competitive, and also marketable to not just Kenya as a country, but the world? My concern from where I sit, agriculture remains a program that does not attract students. Yet we all have to eat. So it is a challenge for us as we move on to the next programs, and hopefully with support of our development partners, that we can still have more programs that address the needs of agriculture in this country and the world over. On behalf of COOPS, I wish to assure our commitment in future partnerships. And as we celebrate the achievements of this great project, it is my hope that what we have learned will live forever. God bless you.
Thank you, thank you. Our next speaker is the CEO, Kenya School of TVET, Dr. Edwin Tano. Welcome on stage.
Our PS, Dr. Moria, our former PS who was here, and my friend Kevin Desai, can't see him now. The chairman of council who are here, of councils of TVET institutions, the SICAN team, thank you very much. I want to also, led by my friend Maurice Smith, I really appreciate your work that we've done with you over the time. The CEOs who are here, the Kenya School of TVET team, I want them to stand. This is a group that everyone knows, including Makato. This is the famous Makato. I think you can clap for her. And there is our deputies and the registrar, and of course, the chairman of council, Mr. Marete. Thank you so much, Chairman. That's the staff team that worked with you in the CBET sector. Also, ladies and gentlemen and principals who are here with us, good morning. I want to just take a quick time to mention one or two things that we have done. We started the journey with CBET program with Colleges and Institute of Canada in 2018, and then COVID came in 2019. We stopped for some time. We worked together with Maurice and team from 5 institutions, Commerson College, Algonquin College, and Durham College, to make sure that we go through the CBET program as technical institutions. We have successfully done many things. We have trained over 9,000 technical trainers across the country. We have trained so far 10 private institutions, and I want us to clap for ourselves because Kenya School of TVET just last week trained the first university lecturers, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And we are very happy. Those professors were interesting students. They were able to do the assignments like all of us did. They were doing assignments up to midnight. It was very interesting. They would call and say, these computers are not working. Well, ultimately, they said, I think the word, when we are done with them, the PS came to close the ceremony. When we are done, they said, we have now agreed we were using the wrong term. We are not lecturers. We should be facilitators. So I think they have learned the CBET works. Next week, we'll be rolling out to University of Machakos, and we are moving to other universities. It means they have finally agreed the CBET system actually works. I think I clap for you people. And to just mention this before I close off because of time, this program has given us awards. This program, rolling CBET across the country, has given us awards. In 2023, in the World Federation of Colleges and Polytechnics, the first institution, which in the awards done in Canada, was Chisholm College. I think we are there in Australia. The second one was NPTC in the UK. And the third one was Kenya School of TVET, the first one in Africa. This same program in 2024, in the awards that were done in Jamaica, some of you are there. The top institution in the World Federation of Colleges on teacher training, the best teacher training in the world institution, was Barton College in UK, followed by Institute of Federation Institute, called a tough name there, of Jamaica. And the third one was Kenya School of TVET again. And so that gives you an idea that we are still the best in Africa. And I'm so proud that the universities have seen the sense that Kenya School of TVET is just like Kenya School of Government. Anyone goes there, regardless of your level, to up your game in management or other aspects. So we are ready. We are moving to the university. I'm so proud of that. And of course, the last one is that on 1st of October in 2024, the African Union appointed Kenya School of TVET as the Center of Technical Teachers for the African Union. That gives you the kind of thing that this program has given us, the eye that it has given us. We are now currently working with the African Development Bank. We may be going to Zambia to train them. We are working with Uganda. Currently, we have several lecturers that have been posted from there to come to Kenya School of TVET. So the program is moving out, and we are very proud of what we are doing. Of course, finally, we have our CBD programs. For those of you who have time, Kenya School of TVET was changed to become Kenya School of TVET from KTTC for the purpose of doing CBD programs also. We have CBD programs. If you have time, go to our website, www.kstvet.ac.ke. You will see the programs that are there you can apply. We have 22 of them, ranging from, of course, CBET training up to the latest, which is the use of AI in technical education. That is how fast we are moving with this technology. So with those few remarks, allow me to congratulate Colleges and Institutes of Canada. Allow me to congratulate Young Africa Works team. And finally, allow me to congratulate MasterCard Foundation for a job well done. A big clap for those three. And of course, finally, allow us to congratulate and clap for our State Department, my boss and my friend, Dr. Moria. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Tano, for keeping time. I'll urge the next speakers kindly watch the timer below you. I'd like to call the next speaker, CEO TVET SIDAC, Professor Kisilu Kitainge. Kindly welcome on stage.
right, our chief guest, the PS, State Department for TVET, CICAN, Young African Works and MasterCard Leadership, Chairman of Council present today, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I stand before you to present in brief matters TVET SIDAC and report that TVET SIDAC is about curriculum development, assessment and certification for all TVET at the different levels. We do competence curriculum development, competence assessment, and competence certification. And through the partnerships that we've had, we've achieved so much. That being the case, I also wish to state that we have a duty and a responsibility to deliver to this wonderful goal of our country. We have so far done 518 curricula, of which we've modularized 194, and so far we've assessed more than 250,000 CBET candidates. Our numbers tell a story. We've seen our numbers in the last 1-2 years grow from 7,000, 7,500 to 21,000, 58,000, 65,000. As at March, April, we had 87,000, and right now, our assessment is ongoing for 140,000 plus. We are in, thank you, we are in 384 centers, and we hope a lot more centers will join. We still have a lot to do for us to skill our youth so that we are able to achieve the skills that we require, and together with integrity. That is a place I might want to pause. We have to give them the right skills with integrity for their performance at the space of work. I appreciate the support we've received from the State Department, from the partners that we've had, CICAN, Young African Works, and MasterCard, in our core functions. We appreciate you as our partners, and in partnership there is the benefit, the mutual benefit that is accruing to all the teams. We have had movement, improvements in our ecosystem, and these are meant to make our country better. They are meant to make our youth. By the way, when you say our youth, it so seems that like it's somebody who is out there, but it is for making my child, for making your child to perform in the right space in a way that they're able to live with you and hopefully later on without you. Let us prepare our youth to function with us in our spaces and without us in our spaces. Because one day, depending on the position that you're holding, and at a time like now, you'll be called, or you might be called to give an account. We gave you 100,000 young people. We gave you a position. We gave you responsibility. We gave you the resources. What did you produce? That is what makes us to wake up every day, to move with speed, knowing that we are changing lives, we are changing families, we are building our future. These are the people who will take care of us when we shall not be able to do so as effectively as we are doing. And with that, I wish all of us the best. Let us plan beyond this moment that we're having. It's not a moment of closure. It's a moment of reflection, to rebuild, to rethink, to detour, to make our progress move with speed. So this is a milestone for achieving, and we need to continue moving beyond where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kisilu, for keeping time. Our next speaker will be Dr. Paul Wanyeki, representing the DG TVET, Dr. Timothy Katiambo, who couldn't be with us here today, but will join us in the course of the forum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mgeni Mheshimiwa Kaimu Mkuu Dr. Esther Mworia, Bwana Moritz, mtendaji mkuu katika idara ya CICAN, wakurugenzi wakuu kutoka idara mbalimbali, wenyekiti ya bodi mbalimbali, wakuu wa vyuo anuai, wakilishi wa sekta, wadau wote, hamujambo. Because of Moritz, I will switch to English. The TVET Authority, first of all, received greetings from my CEO. Good morning. Today, our board is sitting and therefore will be joining us tomorrow. TVET Authority was established to promote four things: relevance, quality, access, and equality. This project has really assisted TVET Authority to achieve its four core business. In terms of relevance, we have harmonized and modularized over 200 curricula in the country and occupational standards. In terms of access, we have licensed over 50 programs from this program and established over 10 programs that never existed in Kenya. For example, geomology here in Taita Taveta. So we have brought new things in the country through this program. Also, in terms of access, we have also universities that have shown interest in CBET because of this program, and therefore we have capacity built Embu University on interpretation of the CBET standard so that they can convert their programs to CBET. Also, rebranding. As the CEO Coops mentioned, we have had the face of TVET changing, therefore bringing in more access. From 2019, from a population of about 100,000, currently now to a total population of 700,000 in TVET. The rebranding that this program has done to it cannot be taken for granted. Lastly, in terms of access is RPL. RPL is a tool that is mending the social injustice that happened in the past. Some people did not have access to tertiary education because of some few things here and there. And RPL is giving them an opportunity now to get qualifications. Thank you for assisting us promoting that access. In terms of quality also, you gave us an exchange program. We learned a lot from your country. Whenever you hear Madam PS speak and the rest and they say in Canada, no, it is because of this program. Thank you very much for allowing us to benchmark with your country. You also, in terms of relevance, equipped over 25 centers of excellence with the state-of-the-art equipment and 27 vocational training centers with, for the first time you address vocational training centers. That was very good. In terms of training, also to improve quality, you have trained over 17,000 TVET trainers. In terms of equality, for the first time we are speaking about gender-responsive pedagogy. I heard that terminology from the first time from this project. Thank you very much for bringing that. In terms of knowledge creation, the TVET Authority has done 2 research on this and generated enough knowledge for the sector. And I'll be praying that all the research that have been developed should be uploaded so that the next generation also can learn from what we have learned. Lastly, as we leave, the CEO wishes that we discuss the issue of scalability and the issue of sustainability. Madam PS, they introduced a very good concept of ACTs, Industrial Advisory Committees, that were piloted in these 25 institutions. We should think of scaling it up to be a national program. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Dr. Wanyiki. The next speaker will be the Chair Kati and also the Chief Principal, Nyeri National Polytechnic, Dr. David Mwangi, and he will also give remarks on behalf of all the principals present, because you understand, because of time, we couldn't have all of you up there. Welcome.
Thank you. Our chief guest and all protocols observed, good morning. Good morning once again. Naomi, I'm requesting for 2 more minutes so that I can first of all introduce the principals and also the chairs of the board and the governing council, because they have been part and parcel of this program in terms of oversight and also implementation. So, colleague principals, wherever you are, you can stand up, and also the chairs of the board and the governing councils. I don't know whether we are going to be allowed that the principal introduce the chair or the chair to introduce the principal very fast. Or they just wave. Yeah, you can wave. Yeah, we are 25 of us, and we are happy. Our chief guest, I want to say that this is one of the projects in Kenya in TVET that has been having a serious impact, from curriculum development, capacity building of the trainers, and also the project that have actually looked at the issues of gender and youth, and also people living with disability. And I want to say that this project came into time at a time when we were struggling to understand what we are supposed to do with our curriculum. I remember this issue of industry linkages, this issue of ILOs, the institutionalization of gender reads. They came at a time when we had started thinking about how we are going to have CBET in Kenya. I remember in 2015, when we were having the TVET coming across and trying to train us on how to come up with the curriculum at that level, it never sank into our mind that one day we'll be able to do it within our institutions. So the issues of DCAMSHA, the issues of industry advisory councils came into reality through this project of Young African Works. And I can say we have gone out to various colleges in Canada, and we have an opportunity to learn and also to share what is happening. And the issue of trainer capacity building has come out very clearly, to an extent that we have been able to come up with trainer learning centers in our institutions. And I'm happy that out of the 25 institutions, we have 3 institutions that have established this trainer learning center. And in terms of scalability, I think this is one area that we need to replicate in all our institutions. When it comes to the issue of inclusivity, in Kenya, previously, this is not an issue that we are taking very seriously, but where we were pushed by this program in terms of gender, in terms of the youth, in terms of people living with disability, I think where we are, we have already institutionalized these areas. And in our institutions, we have people who are actually dealing with these programs. So mine is to thank CICAN, is to thank the MasterCard, and we are hoping that the magic you did to come up with this program, as you close this program today, you are going to have the same magic, and then you come up with a new program so that we can continue with this we can continue with this aspect of curriculum development and having the relevant skills being put into our youth. I'm happy also the issues of greening in TVET, the issues of the youth, again, being given the first-hand information, the first-hand, and the issues of recognition of prior learning. In fact, CICAN and MasterCard, When you are thinking about recognition of prior learning, people were not thinking it can be possible here in Kenya until this program and this policy was actually approved by the cabinet. So the issue of sustainability of this program is starting all the way from the government to the State Department and also in our institutions whereby we have various policy. So thank you very much. As we celebrate, let us celebrate with the hope that SEICAN and MasterCard is coming back again. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Daktari. We appreciate that session of the official opening ceremony remarks by that side of the team. I want us to draw attention to the screen now. We have the journey documentary of how this has been so far. Over to you.
Welcome to Kenya, one of the most vibrant and fast-growing economies in Africa. Famous for natural wonders, innovation, technology, culture, and diversity. Kenya, like many African countries, has a young population. Unemployment remains a key challenge for Kenya, as over 800,000 young people enter the job market annually. And unfortunately, the majority are not able to secure work. There are many ways we can work to create more opportunities for young people in job creation, self-employment, or entrepreneurship. But first, they need to get the right skills. This is why the Young Africa Works in Kenya TVET program, funded by the MasterCard Foundation, has partnered with the government, TVET institutions, and other partners to develop industry-aligned relevant courses that accelerate the journey to fulfilling livelihoods.
It is the vision of the government that the youth of this country should have opportunities, especially opportunities to be self-sustaining. It is important for us as a country that the young people are able to especially have skills, thanks to Young African Works, who have joined the government of Kenya in ensuring that we have skilled our trainers. A trainer in a training continuum like ours, like TVET department, is very important because this is the person who is ensuring that the young people have the skills.
We brought together stakeholders from every sector, government agencies, local government as well, looking at industry partners, educational partners, and really, we literally put people in a room for a week. And we said, okay, what are the big challenges in the system? We've been working together for a few years. We all have a good understanding of where we want to get to, but what do we need to do to go deeper and to really push change in this system? With the ultimate goal of really helping to create a better enabling environment for young people to succeed and to find dignified work.
Strong partnerships lay the foundation, but to truly transform a TVET education, the Young Africa Works in Kenya TVET program needed to reimagine the heart of the system itself, the curriculum. The question was clear. How do we design training programs that don't just teach, but prepare young people for the real-world demands of Kenya's growing industries? The answer: a bold shift to competency-based education and training, where skills, not theory, take center stage.
Young African Works came through for us in all aspects of our mandate. It came in through for us in terms of curriculum development, and through their support and support of other development partners. In particular, we've been able to develop 458 curricula that are being implemented in all our institutions. Young African Works has introduced us to the requirements and the need for industry participation in curriculum development, in participation in assessment, in participation in competence certification.
The capacity building of trainers on CBET delivery is helpful because currently the students that you are receiving are purely CBET. So unless a trainer knows how to train the CBET way, they may not be able to adequately deliver CBET.
CBET wanaofa practicals kwa wingi. So ukitoka hapa nje, kile chenye umekuwa ukifanya na CBET ndicho bado utaenda kukipata pale nje. So unapata hakuna ule ugumu wa kuingiana na nje na shule.
Through local and international partnerships, 17,351 trainers have been equipped with modern teaching methods. With support from Colleges and Institutes Canada, Canadian partners, and the Kenya School of TVET. This has helped them advance their technical and practical skills, enabling them to handle new technologies that match industry standards.
The Young Africa Works program has been running with us for almost 4 years, and we've done a lot. It's actually one of the most successful projects we have ever undertaken, I think, as a country. It is especially in the education sector. We have worked with them to develop CBET programs, which is competence-based education and training modules that can be used to teach technical trainers in Kenya. We worked with several colleges from there. We worked with Algonquin College, Camerson College, and Durham College, and they worked with us to create a very nice package of how to train technical teachers here in Kenya as a part of continuous professional development.
The key thing about CBET is the relevance and the practicality of the training. So initially our curriculum was mainly focused on theory, and that was not responding to the needs of the market, and that's why CBET was introduced into the system because of its practical nature, and because the youth who are within our institutions can actually attain skills while at the institution and translate this into the job market when they get employed or self-employment.
Those days before the installation of these materials, we were just learning theoretically. But now learning has become interesting, whereby after having a classwork, a theoretical part of it, you can take a practical part of it at the same time using the equipments within the school compound.
It's easy to engage and market courses that have equipment, unlike other courses that are not equipped. Because when we have equipment, we are able to convince learners that this is, for example, a concrete mixer, and this is what it does. And we have seen enrollment grow from 300 to 900 in building and civil engineering department. So there is really a quite big number embracing CBET compared to the perception that was there before on even TVET institutions. There's really an improved perception on TVET institutions and specifically on CBET delivery.
Over 24 institutions have been supported with state-of-the-art equipment in the sectors of building and construction, manufacturing, hospitality and tourism, blue economy, agriculture and the digital economy. The program procured, delivered and installed state-of-the-art equipment, which has elevated the training infrastructure and enriched learning. 136 trainers and technicians were also trained and equipped to effectively use the equipment to facilitate training.
While having the benefit of being employed by somebody somewhere, in the occupational setup, you may not be allowed to open up machines and sometimes maybe doing some changes, but in class, you'll be allowed because you're here to learn.
Since hizo machines zikuje, ni easier just working with cables and it's done. So I feel it may make work more easier.
In a dynamic world, with evolving challenges and needs, research is key to the development of innovative solutions and turning ideas into reality. The Young Africa Works in Kenya TVET program pioneered the establishment of applied research centers at TVET institutions for greater experiential learning opportunities. This practice also prepares learners for solving real-world challenges. From the value addition of bananas to flour, To the genius minds of Kaimosi Friends National Polytechnic, brewing up liquid fertilizer, to developing an electrical solar-powered fence. These innovations are proving that CBET training isn't just about theory, but enhancing creativity among trainees. For generations, TVET skills development has been perceived as a preserve for young men, especially in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics courses, also known as STEM. Today, gender mainstreaming is changing the narrative, ensuring women and girls can access, thrive, and lead in the TVET sector without barriers.
If today you go to our classes this morning, you are able to get trainees seated down, some of them in their workshops with their overalls, some of them doing welding, some of them doing mechanical engineering, and even outside there in our industries, you are able to locate them.
For example, I'm a lady who is pursuing engineering. That's the cause that you find most ladies in the field, they are not there. So when you find yourself that you are a lady among the male, I think it's a great opportunity that you're going to give them a chance.
I wanted to be a mentor to other young female who are growing, and mentor them, telling them that electrical is good and they can do it and pursue it to the highest level compared to men.
Millions of young women around the world face the same challenges, balancing work, family, and personal growth. For young mothers pursuing their education, access to daycare services is not just a convenience, it's a necessity. So what happens when these services are available?
Kama sasa I'm free. Naweza muacha niende class for 3 hours, nirudi. Nikiwa najua tu mtoto wangu ako okay. Akona kumtake care. Atakula vizuri, kuchenjiwa tunakujanga only na diapers pekee 3. Hakuna kubeba food, hakuna kubeba uji.
The students are now at peace. There's no mental strain because they have somewhere to leave their children. And that one has really improved on class attendance. These students are going to complete their courses and they are going to have certificates that they can go out with the certificates to look for jobs.
From the policy point of view, we initiated and pioneered the formation of industry advisory committees at a national level, which in essence are advisory committees to the TVET program in terms of development, in terms of implementation, but also in terms of the assessment.
These partnerships ensure students graduate with job-ready skills while gaining mentorship and attachment opportunities, bridging the gap between training and employment.
When they come here, what they get is much practical. And now when they get out of this place, they are able to continue with their career.
Yani wamenifungua akili kabisa. Hata nikirudi shule nitakuwa naweza tengeneza kitu pia mimi. Nilijipata niko sawa. Yani najiona kama ambaye venye wananichukulia hapa ni kama venye wananichukulia shule.
Industries have provided training environments for the students so that we mentor them and we train them to be better graduates.
For many people, formal education was not accessible for various reasons. They, however, learned their skills by observation or apprenticeship. Nevertheless, they have honed their skills over time, yet have no formal system of demonstrating their competency. This is also something observed with migrant or refugee communities. Recognition of prior learning is an innovative and transformative approach that provides pathways for individuals to gain formal qualifications.
Most of the time, you need to advance from a casual worker to maybe on contract, and then later on you get the permanent employment. But due to lack of certification, you're not able to do so.
We've realized over time that there's a big component in our population who actually get to acquire skills and competencies outside the four walls of a classroom. And then that was one of the reasons as to why we got the reforms of a creation of the National Qualifications Framework to allow for recognition of skills, knowledge, and competencies outside formal education and training.
That recognition through certification enables
or I would say it creates a level playing ground. Get certified, come forward, and in a few years we will have a critical mass. The ripple effect of that initial investment by Young African Works will be felt in the next 2, 3, 4 years, even far much better across the country.
A sustainable TVET institution isn't just a place of learning. It's a hub of opportunity, innovation, and long-term impact.
We want to ensure the system is self-sustaining to the extent that it values what government agencies are supposed to do in terms of strengthening the quality and relevance of TVET programs.
Young Africa Works has laid beautiful foundations for us. We can be able to spring from those foundations to levels where we are able to hold the young people of this country to where they must go.
We have 7,000 trainers who have gone through CBET focused training. We have over 5,000 new trainees from the Kenya School of TVET who have been exposed to CBET. We have hundreds of trainers who have been trained by Canadian partners on CBET skills in Kenya and in Canada.
TVET is the way to go, and TVET is the way we are going to create wealth for this particular country.
The legacy of the program, I'd like to say, is mainly about the partnership that we've been able to develop. We would not have done any of this implementation without the partnerships that we have had. And I think more so I'd like to applaud the State Department of TVET for their support under PS Moria. Really, she's been a strong anchor for the program and a good champion for the CBET. I'd also like to mention and just appreciate the funding for the program through MasterCard Foundation.
The Young Africa Works in Kenya TVET program, together with committed partners and institutions, has strengthened the TVET ecosystem, transforming the lives of young Kenyans, equipping them with skills for dignified and fulfilling careers. This is just the beginning. Every life transformed, every skill mastered, and every opportunity unlocked fuels our mission. The future of TVET lies in scaling its impact, expanding training, strengthening partnerships, and empowering more young people, especially women, with the skills to shape Kenya's future.
Tuko set na TVET.
Niko set na TVET. I like TVET.
Niko set na TVET. I love TVET.
Niko set na TVET. TVET kiboko yao.
Niko set na TVET.
Niko set na TVET. I love TVET.
Wow, what a transformation. What a work. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Maurice Schmidt is right here and is Manager of Operations for the Young Africa Works Kenya program at Colleges and Institutes Canada. He leads initiatives that equip youth with skills and meaningful employment. With nearly 15 years' experience in global workforce development, he has designed and managed large-scale international programs focused on youth employment, skills training, and brings deep experience from Canada's college and institute system, where he has advanced education industry partnerships and inclusive gender-responsive programming. Please put your hands together for Maurice Schmidt, Manager of Operations, Colleges and Institute Canada.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed partners, and champions of youth empowerment in Kenya. It's still strange to have seen myself on the big screen like that. Very awkward. Maybe some people are more comfortable with it. Speaking is fine for me, but on the TV like that, I don't like it so much. It is an immense honor to be standing with you here today, surrounded by colleagues who have dedicated themselves to truly transforming the lives of young Kenyans through TVET. And let me just start by recognizing everyone in the room. I want to extend my most sincere gratitude to everyone who's made this gathering possible. first of all, just taken aback by the attendance, the fact that we have so many people in this room, hundreds and hundreds of people in this room, passionate about this topic, just gives me goosebumps. I want to especially thank my team, led by Naomi, as well as Eric and Elizabeth, who are kind of in the background, coordinating all of this, and the entire team from CICAN that hasn't slept in weeks to make this happen. So please stand up and be recognized, because they're really the ones who made this happen. And just a special note to everyone involved in the documentary that we just witnessed. I think these stories remind us of why we do this work, and they've really set the tone for what promises to be an inspiring 3 days. To Chief Principal Dama and the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic team, I've worked with KCNP for almost 10 years. It's always exciting to see you and to have you host us here. Thank you for the fantastic welcome and entertainment. My deepest appreciation to P.S. Moria, and her team at the State Department for TVET, for really giving us the strength and guidance to make this program a success. To my colleagues from KNQA, COOPS, TVET CDAC, TVETA, Kenya School of TVET Kati, you're the backbone of Kenya's TVET system, and it continues to be a privilege to work with you, so thank you very much. Immense thanks to Hannah Tzadik, the country director for MasterCard Foundation, and Anthony and the entire MasterCard Foundation team for your faith in our vision and unwavering support, which has made this journey possible. Partnership isn't just a word in our vocabulary, it's the foundation upon which every achievement in this program is built. And so it's been fun to work with you, and I've enjoyed every moment of it. The journey hasn't been without its challenging moments, but we've stayed the course, guided by common purpose and a shared vision, and today we can truly see those results come to light. We've transformed 25 TVET institutions into centers of excellence, trained over 17,000 instructors in modern CBET methods, enrolled 80 or 90,000 people in CBET programs. The numbers, I never know exactly where we are right now, but it's a tremendous accomplishment. We've established 57 industry advisory committees with over 500 employers, trained 1,400 youth, assessed 1,400 youth on recognition of prior learning, including almost 500 from the Kakuma refugee camp. We've shifted mindsets and made intentional investments to enhance gender equality and create safer environments where young women in TVET can truly thrive. But beyond these numbers lies something more profound. We've shifted perceptions, as we've heard today. TVET is now recognized as a smart first-choice pathway for young people building meaningful careers and contributing to Kenya's economic growth and to their own success as young people in this country. The purpose of this forum, yes, we're here to celebrate, and we should celebrate, but we're also here to share, to learn, reflect in meaningful ways. This is our opportunity to assess our progress, identify gaps, extract lessons for the future. It's the week to listen, to question, to engage boldly. We have everyone who matters in TVET in this room: development partners, government leaders, TVET staff, industry partners, and most importantly, young people whose lives have been transformed by this work. To the young women and men who have joined us today, you are not just our beneficiaries, you are the ultimate validators of our success. To everyone else, please ask the hard questions today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. How do we sustain these gains? What should we scale? How do we ensure the systems that we've built continue to serve Kenya's youth? Over the next 3 days, we'll explore CBET implementation, skills development, gender equality, innovation, and sustainable pathways. These aren't just presentations, they're opportunities to strengthen partnerships that will carry this work forward. Together, we've built something remarkable. Together, we will ensure it endures and continues to transform futures for generations to come. In just a few moments, we'll begin our first panel discussion on the future of TVET skills development. I encourage you to engage fully and leave this forum with a renewed commitment to empowering Kenya's youth. Thank you, and welcome to what promises to be an exceptional partners forum. Karibuni sana, let's begin this important work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him one more time for the beautiful work in leading at the College of Institute Canada. Next, we have, as she has been mentioned, Hannah Siddiq. It's good to see you. Please put your hands together for her. She's the Country Director, Mastercard Foundation Kenya. Round of applause to her as she comes as well to give her remarks. And thank you so much for the wonderful work of supporting the young people of this nation with skills. Welcome.
The Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education, State Department of TVET, Dr. Esther Moria. It's a pleasure, and thank you so much for gracing us today. Our host, the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic, Chief Principal Andama, thank you so much for hosting us in this beautiful city. Board representatives, senior executives from various semi-autonomous government agencies, principals, senior officials from TVET institutions across this country, representatives of industry committees, representatives from CICAN, our very, very esteemed partner, development partners, my colleagues from the MasterCard Foundation, and the VVIPs in this room, the young people, good morning. It's fantastic to be with you here today, and it's just really wonderful just seeing this room full of the people who make this TVET ecosystem come to life. And I think it just brings to bear, and I think we all feel that sense of the power of partnership when we're gathered like this, and especially when we're gathered in a beautiful city like Mombasa. Like Morris said, this is an opportunity for us to reflect, to take stock, and to really get back into a renewed commitment to driving impact in the TVET sector here in Kenya. And it marks also 5 years. 5 years is a journey, 5 years of walking a shared journey under the Young Africa Works TVET program. And it's been a journey. And thank you so much for the documentary. I think it really took us to see all the various elements of what this program has been able to achieve. I also want to appreciate every single person who spoke before me and all of you who will be sharing your reflections in the course of these 3 days. We appreciate from the MasterCard Foundation your leadership, the collaboration, the commitment, and to the promise and the potential of young people in this country. To our valued partner CICAN, thank you so much for walking the journey with us, and I want to appreciate every single member of the team. We know you've poured in your heart and soul to this, and we thank you very, very much. And thank you for also helping us translate the ambition into action, and now also sharing those critical learnings. I think we've heard from a number of actors saying, how do we get access to the research, to the learning? So I think there's a real call and a cry for really making sure that we can learn from all that you have been able to do through the power of partnership. To all the state bodies here today and every TVET institution present, we thank you. Your technical stewardship, your voice, your institutional strength is what has made this program work. And it's made it relevant, rooted in context, and responsive to the future of work. And to the young people, you are the reason why we're here today. It is your resilience, your hunger for opportunity, and your courage to reimagine what's possible that continues to inspire us every single day. And you are our critical, invaluable partners in everything that we do. So I really encourage you, similar to Morris, to tell us what is working, what is not working, so that we can collectively elevate and refine our efforts moving forward. And to the Ministry of Education, led by Madam Principal Secretary, thank you. PS, you have been a fantastic collaborator from the very, very beginning, and we appreciate your leadership that has been bold. And even as we're sitting next to each other, we're whispering, should we do it like this? I can really sense really that unwavering commitment to moving this work forward. And in my view, I think we've built more than just a program. We have strengthened an ecosystem, and there's so much more to be done. There is progress, and there's much more to be done. At the MasterCard Foundation, youth opportunity is at the heart of what we do. You've heard the Young Africa Works framing. Young Africa Works is the strategy of the MasterCard Foundation, where we signed up to support over 30 million young people to access dignified and fulfilling work by 2030. For Kenya, we said 7 million in dignified and fulfilling work by 2030, 70% of that being young women. And the way that we are doing this is through partnerships, working around advancing education and also financial inclusion. And when we talk about advancing education, this particular program has been at the heart. It's one of the first programs we have implemented of this scale, and we're so proud of what has already done. And that's why this forum is so important for us to take stock and to learn. I do want to share a couple of reflections and highlights just about the collective impact, because it's that moment just to take stock. And I think we've already seen it from the documentary, but I just want to highlight a few things. First, around applied research and innovation, 10 applied research hubs have been established. And these hubs are enabling institutions to work closely with industry to co-create prototypes, many of which who are now on the path towards commercialization. And we want to make a special mention to Baringo National Polytechnic, whose innovation in climate adaptive solutions earned them second place among TVET institutions showcased at a continental expo in Addis Ababa, which is so exciting. Yeah, it's Kenya to the world, Kenya to Africa. It just shows the ingenuity that demonstrates the power of these local innovations, and that these innovations can actually solve continental challenges, global challenges, starting right here from Kenya. The second thing I think we want to take stock on is around industry engagement and alignment. A total of 57 industry advisory committees are now active across the 25 centers of excellence, playing a critical role in curriculum development, in delivery, and assessment. And to date, 74 MOUs have been signed between TVET institutions and industry partners, which really helps us anchor that integration between work and learning opportunities and getting young people on the pathways to work. And I think one of the things for us that's so critical is actually being able to show young people that there is a path and there is a destination, and that demand-driven engagement is so critical for that. The third thing just to highlight is around gender inclusion and student support. I think you've all saw the daycare centers on the video. I think that's so heartwarming. That's what it takes to make sure that everyone feels welcomed, can enroll, stay enrolled, and graduate. So we really commend this program also for what you've done in terms of ensuring inclusive learning environments. I think it's still an area where we can do more to ensure that we really get to gender parity when it comes to TVET. I think the other thing that I think is so exciting for us is seeing the enhanced infrastructure and equipment. This program invested in the state-of-art equipment for 24 centers of excellence and 27 mentee institutions. And we've seen the support to 95 courses, as well as 45 courses at the mentee institutions, respectively. One of the standout examples is Lodwar VTC, where plumbing and electrical equipment have not just been enhanced, but local training are also being used by 5 other institutions, including NITA, as assessment centers. So it really shows that this shared infrastructure can be a powerful lever for scale. The other thing to highlight maybe is around youth transitions and workforce entry. We saw the numbers there. Over 5,000 graduates through this program, 50% being young women, have now successfully transitioned into work. Many of them also through RPL, which is so critical also for young people who are displaced. Curriculum reform, tremendous progress, and thank you so much for speaking about that earlier. We're seeing so much more in terms of equipping young people with the practical skills needed to really thrive in today's very dynamic labor market. So I know there are many, many numbers, and you'll hear more numbers, but I think behind the numbers, what we're saying is these numbers actually represent those rekindled dreams, those futures that have been secured, that have been transformed. So even as we think about all that has been achieved, we are looking at it beyond the actual numbers and looking into the lives that are been uplifted through this. So, ladies and gentlemen, we know that this is a moment to take stock and the progress is remarkable, but we must not rest. There is more to be done. So let's continue to champion inclusion, especially for young women, for young people with disabilities, those who are marginalized, and those who are off tarmac, and not staying close to these kinds of hotels, but really the young people who are the most disadvantaged. Let's deepen that industry collaboration to ensure that that training is relevant and responsive to market demand. Let us further invest in research, innovation, entrepreneurship, so that TVET institutions become hubs not only of knowledge, but also of economic opportunity. And let us ensure that every single young person that walks through the gates of a TVET institution leaves more than just a certificate. They leave there with confidence, with competence, and with connections to access dignified and fulfilling work. So I've said many things, but what's next? I think it's a big question, what's next? From the MasterCard Foundation, we are absolutely committed to the TVET sector and to the transformative work that we've built together. And this program has been absolutely foundational in shaping how we approach workforce development in Kenya. The insights, the lessons, the partnerships will continue to guide as we explore the next phase in the TVET space. So we're here for the long haul, and we look forward to staying engaged and building on the momentum that we have created together. So asante sana, let's keep this work up, and looking forward to the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hannah. I think for me, the tagline is that we are here for the long haul. Thank you so much. We shall continue doing the work. Let's appreciate it one more time. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, just before I usher in our chief guest, we have a nice special transition because the young people are here from the TVET themselves that you teach. So over to you very quick for a quick transition by the band. Put your hands together for them. That is the Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. Appreciate them. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege this morning. This song, special dedication to the second team. A congratulations song and a celebration song as well. Original composition by the Power Band, courtesy of Kenya Coast National Polytechnic. Much welcome. Thank you.
Mmemaliza hongera serikali, kwa ujasiri mmeleta mabadiliko. Kenya yashangilia, mradi umetimia. Tusema kwa sauti, asante sana. Mmemaliza hongera serikali, kwa ujasiri mmeleta mabadiliko. Kenya yashangilia, mradi umetimia. Tusema kwa sauti, asante sana.
Mwisho wa safari mmefika salama, kwa ushirikiano kazi mkaendeleza. CBET na RPL sasa ni dira. Ujumuishaji wa jinsia umetimia, vyuo vyang'aa, vijana wainuka. Ujumuishaji wa jinsia umetimia, vyuo vyang'aa, vijana wainuka. Mmemaliza hongera serikali, kwa ujasiri mmeleta mabadiliko. Kenya yashangilia, mradi umetimia. Tusema kwa sauti, asante sana. Mmemaliza hongera serikali, kwa ujasiri mmeleta mabadiliko. Kenya yashangilia, mradi umetimia. Tusema kwa sauti, asante sana.
uwezo. Stadi zimejengwa kwa wote bila kizuizi. Jinsia zote zipo mezani kwa usawa ulioshinda. Mafanikio haya hayatapotea. Mmemaliza, hongera serikali. Mmeandika historia na matumaini, na mshikamano. Asante sana. Mmemaliza, hongera serikali. Mmeandika historia na matumaini, elimu, ujuzi na mshikamano.
All right, everybody on your feet. Everybody on your feet. One more time, one more time, one more time. Come on, shake your body kidogo too. Come on. La la la.
Mradi umetimia. Tusema kwa sauti, asante sana.
Let's appreciate the band one more time. Thank you so much. Well done, well done. You may take your seats. You may take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Esther Dharamori is a distinguished leader in the field of technical and vocational education and training, currently serving as the Principal Secretary for TVET with a robust background in administration and a deep commitment to advancing education. And she has contributed to the development of modernization of TVET systems. Just listen to this. Under her stewardship, the TVET sector has seen remarkable growth and transformation, and she has been instrumental in forging partnerships between educational institutions, industry stakeholders, and government bodies, ensuring that TVET programs are aligned with the evolving needs of the labor market. Dr. Moria has championed initiatives such as full implementation of the competency-based education training, dual training and recognition of prior learning aimed at improving the accessibility and inclusivity of vocational education, empowering a diverse range of learners with acquisition of essential skills and competencies. In celebration of 100 years of TVET, she has and continues to lead with passion and dedication, striving to create a dynamic and responsive TVET system which meets the demands of the 21st century workforce. Kindly put your hands together for Dr. Esther Dharamori, our Principal Secretary, State Department of TVET. Karibu sana. And I don't know whether it would be appropriate to call her Mama TVET, but thank you so much. Welcome.
Hannah Sadiq, the Country Director, Mastercard Foundation. Maurice, let me not pretend to pronounce the other name. Manager Operations, CICAN, and all CICAN team and other development partners present. Hon Kiptis, my brother, who is the board chair, KNQA, all the CEOs present, and you have seen them here. David Mwangi, Dr. Mwangi, Chairperson Kati, reps from Mastercard Foundation, I think I already did that. TVET principals are present. The other day, Hannah, I promoted them from my being foot soldiers to generals. Because really, that is what they are. The TVET trainees are my children present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and the departmental staff present here. Could you please be upstanding? Dr. Kanyi, Donna, Isalambo, I saw you. And the TVET secretaries, wave, salimieni watu. And thank you very much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, with deep gratitude and immense honor, I stand before you this morning at the, I don't want to call it a closeout, but at a celebration of the Young African Works in Kenya TVET program. This forum transcends ceremony to embody a profound coverage of purpose, partnership, and progress. This moment celebrates the journey shared, one shaped by bold ambition, strengthened through steadfast collaboration, and illuminated by tangible transformation. More than a milestone, today is a tribute to what is possible when vision and dedication align. Together, the State Department and the partners in the program have pursued and left impact. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, the State Department for TVET, and the entire government of Kenya, I express our heartfelt appreciation to MasterCard Foundation for its catalytic investment and unwavering support throughout the implementation of this transformative program, like we have seen on the screen. I also extend our sincere gratitude to CICAN for the steadfast partnership and technical expertise that have ensured the successful implementation of the program. I applaud the TVET principals, trainers, industry partners, implementation teams for the job well done. Your tireless dedication has been the backbone of these accomplishments as we celebrate them here today. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2020, Young African Works in Kenya TVET program has worked hand in hand with 101 public TVET institutions across the country, touching every facet of the TVET ecosystem, from policy reform and gender mainstreaming to CBET, applied research and innovation, and RPL, as already stated. Indeed, a few programs have demonstrated such breadth and depth of transformation. Let me highlight the 138 CBET courses launched. I think they are actually more than that. Over 8,000 trainers who have received training methodologies, 55 institutions equipped, 57 industry advisory committees, 800 plus candidates, among other achievements. Beyond the numbers, this program has ignited hope, opened doors, and inspired possibilities. The slogan, empowering youth and transforming futures, embodies more as a catchphrase and a lived experience. This forum offers us a moment of reflection to analyze gaps. Hannah, we are analyzing gaps. Review adaptations and draw lessons. From the program performance review, every deviation was a chance to innovate, and every challenge and innovation come up with reimagined solutions. With the flexibility and responsiveness of MasterCard Foundation and CICAN team, the program met the targets and chiefly reshaped the TVET system and fortified Kenya TVET institutions for the future. Indeed, where TVET sees a need and industry presents a demand, it is partners like MasterCard Foundation and CICAN who work with TVET sector to bridge this gap, and I can assure you this has been a real gap that we are struggling to bridge. As we mark the successful close of Young African Works in Kenya, let me restate that. As we mark the milestone of Young African Works in Kenya, TVET program, the question of sustainability remains paramount. The good news is that program has enhanced institutional capacity, equipment, and infrastructure, remain within TVET institutions, and a generation of empowered youth is rising, ready to lead and transform the nation's economy. In conclusion, well, not quite, this may be a milestone in the program, but it is also a beginning of quite a legacy. A legacy of youth empowerment, a legacy of practical, inclusive, and future-proof skills, a legacy of global partnerships that deliver local transformation. May we remain united in a shared vision to make Kenyan TVET sector a global benchmark of excellence. Before I conclude, let me tell you what really sweeps more than anything else about this program in my mind. When we were forming government and really struggling from sector to sector and how we must do business, we went to one meeting at State House, and David D told me, you know Esther. David D was my classmate at Kangaroo School, so you simply call me Esther. You know what, Esther? You just go and train teachers, and the ones we have trained teachers, we know TVET will work. So you don't even need to be in this meeting. I told him, D, you are not the one who called this meeting. So you cannot just tell me to go and train teachers. But anyway, that was the challenge. And I went and told Dr. Tarno, I am not the one who trains teachers. It is you who trains trainers. So please, get into the business of getting the trainers done. My friend Makato, this lady, through Dr. Talno, became like a totem to me. Because Makato has okay, let me, wacha niachane na kisungu mingi. Has moved around this country from the Kenya School of TVET to region after region, and all I needed to do is ask Dr. Tarno, where is Makato? She's needed in this place, she's needed in this place. And now we have over 8,000 trainers, CBET crafted to be able to craft our young people. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, the principals, that is why I am, of course, jokingly saying that they are now generous, have worked with the Kenya School of TVET and supported by CICAN, because again, without the pragmatic support of CICAN, we wouldn't have been able to do what I am talking about. And Dr. Talno kept telling me, now, ma'am, he likes calling me ma'am. Now, ma'am, we have about, I don't know how much facilitation to be able to train another this number of trainers. And we went on and on and on. And as long as I knew that and I went to quite a number of institutions to check actually what was happening. The practical training that the Kenya School of TVET was impacting on our trainers to be able now to craft the young people, because practical training is what we needed and still need in this country. Don't you be cheated. The other day we agreed as a department that we are, to a very large extent, almost entirely exiting the theory bits of training so that we can be able to have every young person coming through the gate going straight to the workshops. Because now, to a very large extent, we have our trainers trained. Thanks to CICAN, we have quite some equipment on board, and what I would want to request them in the foundation especially, is for us hereafter, Hannah, because I am not letting you go anywhere. I am not gonna let you go anywhere. And by the way, I am not just the kind of person you're going to wish away. If it means going with you wherever, I will go. So that we seal, I am not also the kind of person who will lead a department that is with a dependency syndrome. No, no, no. And one of the things I am also pushing them every day about, there is a lady called Joroge Meso in my department, who I have told she must direct IGS, income generating units, IGUs. And some of these institutions, among others, have got quite some levels of income generation. And I told Joroge Meso yesterday, we had a meeting at PC Kenyanjui, and I asked all these directors, what are you directing? What are you directing? And you, Meso, I need you to direct IGUs. And I am not discussing. I am telling her to direct IGUs. So that we have pragmatic income generation within us. And some of these institutions are doing very well. I like giving an example of Eldoret National Polytechnic. They have cows that look like children because they are very beautiful. And they are not only getting milk from them, I don't know, they are producing what, they are even using their own gas from those whatever. Nyeri National Polytechnic is selling milk in yogurt in supermarkets, among others that I can remember quickly from the faces that I see here. So when it comes to IGU, ladies and gentlemen, I am not discussing, I am directing. So that we are not asking these guys to stay because we are asking them to stay forever. No. After another 5 years, we will allow you to go. But in those 5 years, we had better be at a position where we can earn our technical space unapologetically. Where we can say, we are technical, therefore this is what we are doing, not only to support our institutions, but to support this country on where it must go. Because it is about us, my friends. If this country is going to get to the next level of development, it is going to take me and you, who are sitting here. We are the ones who have got to make up our minds about transforming this country. And I like what, let me remember who said that before I quote you. Somebody, I think it was Morris, who talked about, Morris, you said some very nice words. I don't know now where I wrote them. Who talked about transforming minds and something else. Now I've forgotten what I wrote. It is about shifts. It's about shifting to something that is not only going to be sustainable in our institutions, but sustainable for this country. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we as government are unapologetic about this. So, can we put our best foot forward? For the next 5 years, that we are going to request the foundation to stay with us, we would like to be then, hold the stamina that we have now, and be able to be at a place, 5 years will be 2030, isn't it? And that is why we were going anyway. By 2030, we would like to be at a place where we are saying, yes, we are almost arriving. At least we can see our destination at a near horizon. And my friends, it is going to take me and you. It is going to take me and you. I am happy that, like Dr. Tarno said, even the universities, fortunately my university has started by coming on board to be trained, JKUAT. I think I had a conversation about University of Nairobi. I was at the CBET campus of the University of Nairobi the other day. I was with the VC, And she was talking about us crafting our young people. If they haven't come, they are coming. University of Nairobi. You talked about Machakos, etc., etc., which means that we are doing something as far as crafting trainers in this country. We tried when I was still at the university, but they wouldn't listen. Thank God. You know, you are sitting next to a professor. Ask him how stubborn they can be. But now they are seeing light at the end of the tunnel, and we are hoping and praying that in the next 5 years, we are going to be at a position where we are raising this country to fly to a destination where we are never going to come back to speaking about being a developing country. And let me repeat, ladies and gentlemen, it takes me and you. And it has to start by transforming our minds. I sometimes complain about the attitude that I see in some of us, business as usual. As it was in the beginning, so is now. Hapana. Hapana. Let that be for my friend, my Lord Bishop. I know you are present in the house. And you know, I am a typical Anglican, and if that bishop decides that I'm expelled, I will have to get. But you know how much I honor you. He has forgiven me. So yes, Maurice talked about shifted mindsets and shifted perceptions. We have to shift. We have to shift, if you have not already shifted. And therefore, my friend Hannah, my friend Maurice, I am making a pertinent plea that we stay together longer, and I promise, if God keeps us here, and He will, that in the next 5 years, we shall be so much flown. Actually, I was telling, was it Dr. Kanyi or is it the secretary, that to advise me, because again, my university was telling me that they want to open a TVET campus in Somalia. And I'm like, how does that get done now? I know in the university we used to open campuses in other countries, but now, it is a TVET institution by the university in another country. For me, that was a bit complicated. So I asked the secretary TVET to deal with that. I'm not sure where they are with that. And what that means is that, ladies and gentlemen, like another speaker said, I don't remember what, if we continue and if we make up our minds that we need to hold this space and fly with it, we will go somewhere. And these young people, when they write their history, you and me may be part of that history because it is about them. Two aspects that would pragmatically make me want to ask our friends to stay with us is, Mercy talked about the NEET, Dr. Mercy Wahome, the not in employment, education, or training. That is one of the pain points for us. For us to be able to bring these people on board, we must show them a destination practically. My Lord Bishop, I represent you a lot when I talk about the journey to Canaan. And I tell these people, especially the principals, that the reason a lot of people agreed to follow Moses because he had a destination for them. Come, I will show you where we are going. For us to be able to bring the NEET on board, we have to show them a destination. That is one of the things that I would like us, Hannah, to do. How do we show them a destination? We are going to train them from industry, with industry, for the same industry. We are already doing that with fashion and design and Science Institute, where we have trained around 20 young people at Kibra for EPZ, and they have now gone to work at EBZ. So we need to tell these young people that is the destination, and come, I'll show you how to get there. We have another, how many do you have in Masai? We have another 32 at Masai Technical, and in the next 1 week, we are taking them to EBZ to work. We have another in Karen. How many do you have in Karen? I'm not sure about the number. Again, in the next 1 week, they are going to work. We have very many at Nyeri National Polytechnic who are going to full care at Itatu City, Tetu Technical, and Kiambu National Polytechnic. So, what we would want to do, Hannah, in the next phase is to make sure we are going to industry to ask them. When I went to the University of Nairobi CBET campus, I was holding a discussion with the agriculture sector, which is the largest in Kenya. And what we agreed is that in every sector of agriculture, floriculture, whatever culture, I don't know, aquaculture, which is the other culture. I'm remembering floriculture because we were with a lady there whose flower farm I'm not able to pronounce because it has an L and an R following each other. Now that becomes a problem. And Adonna was pronouncing it better because, she comes from the other side. Now me from this side following an L and an R together is a problem. That lady was telling us they need not less than 10,000 well-trained young people to go into the flower industry because they would like even to really expand, but they do not have the trained manpower to be able to work with them to produce those flowers, right from the cutting to the bouquet. That's what they told us. I was with Donna at the University of Nairobi. And they said that they would want to train them. We had a drone there, and they would like to train them even in the drone technology to be able to identify the pests in the flowers. Because if there is any little pest noted in the flowers, we lose the market. And therefore, we agreed that we are going to discuss and come up with a curricula, Professor Kitainge, that is going to work from the flower industry so that we agree how many we train in this period to go to the flower farms. And this is what I am saying is going to help us address the NEETs. We also spoke about the potato production. Why in the world do we import potatoes in Kenya? Potatoes. Again, we spoke about potato production and how we are going to train young people to be able to produce the potatoes in Kenya and all the other. And we have Bimal Kantaria, who is in my industry linkages committee, who is going to lead the agriculture sector so that we have all those lines trained and we ensure that all that curricula is put in place for the training in that sector. After agribusiness, we will go to another sector. We have already finished with fashion and design. We are moving with hospitality. We have brought in the top industries in Kenya, UK, South Africa, US, UK, South Africa, and Kenya. The top actors in that space who we want to train with. They are establishing at Nairobi Technical National Polytechnic so that we train young people with a destination in mind. The other day, we brought in Signet Institute at Nairobi National Polytechnic, CBET, and Eldoret National Polytechnic, again, who are going to train our young people in the various industries with Australia as the destination after training. So yeah, and when we talk about them training in Australia, the idea is let them go out there, let them get upskilled like we are doing with HOPs of the UK. Let them come back and develop this country. That is the idea. So ladies and gentlemen, Hannah, we need you. We still have a lot of industrial linkages components to do. We need to bring in the NEET. We need to encourage the industries pragmatically so that they are ready and prepared to work with us. Because until we have that total industrial linkages, whatever industry you're talking about, by the way, I'm talking about industries in Canada, I am talking about industries in the UK, I'm talking about industries in the US, and I'm talking about industries in Kenya. Until we bring them together so that we craft our young people as the absolute factor for developing our country, we still have a lot of work to do. So far, so good, but there is still a lot that needs to be done. With those many remarks, I want to declare this workshop officially open, and may the Lord bless you.
Thank you so much. I actually want you not to leave the stage because we are about to have some very quick photos with you. Thank you so much. You may take your seats, the rest of us. I want to request the leadership to kindly join up. I want to request that we have on stage, Maurice, kindly come up on stage. Hannah as well, please come up on stage so that we can have a quick photo, just checking in on how we are flowing. And then after that, I'll be asking just a few more people to join us in so that we can have that session. Anthony as well, please join us in so that we can have this photo session very quickly. And then we can immediately after this have our break. So if you don't mind, there you go, photographers. You feel free to take the center. There you go. There you go. Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much. Let's have that nice picture. I can allow you to sip some water as well. Thank you for the remarks as well. There you go. And then immediately after this, very fast, I'll ask the TVET agencies, you know yourselves, to kindly pop up very fast. We take that picture and then we're done. Let's now look at the picture so that we can have it. Excellent. So in 3, 2, go. You're happy, photographers? Excellent. Lovely. So may I ask the TVET agencies, please, kindly, you know yourselves, please come up very fast. Come up very fast. There you go. Come up very fast. We shall have some seats brought in. Ashas, if you don't mind, very fast. Let's move it faster than that. So we can have the 4 of you, please come forward, 1 step forward. We shall have some seats brought in for you, so you can sit. Just come over, straight on, straight on. There you go. Just there, that's good enough. There you go. A second one, please. There you go. There you go, one more there. Excellent. Madam PS, if you don't mind, please come sit in here. Please, as well, the 2 of you, yes. There you go, there you go. Excellent. Madam PS, if you don't mind, please have a seat there. Lovely, lovely. That should be good enough. Excellent, excellent. There you go. Lovely. Excellent. I like the humility here. Servant leadership. Who's going to sit? Anyone. There you go. I love that. I love that. Excellent, excellent. Good enough. Is it balanced? Would you like him on the other end? Are you okay? Just checking. Beautiful. Excuse me, so if you don't mind, please cross over to the other side. Yes, 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 just very fast. It's not me, it's BBC asking. There you go, lovely, lovely. Can have them again, there you go. And finally, in the same state, principals present, just come join in somehow. Don't move, I think don't move, yes, there you go. Yes, principals, just join in, Don't worry, stay there, stay right there, stay right there. There you go. Stay right there. Principals, please join in for a nice groupie kind of thing. Some of you can even stand here, you know, that kind of thing. It will work. 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 This is the last photo. Somehow, if you know you are Vertically, that one, make sure you're at the front. I didn't say what, it's just at the front of them. If you're taller, at the back. Excellent. Some of you can come just as close as this, make it a nice curve. There you go. Lovely. Beautiful, beautiful. Are we in? I'm just making. Lovely. Excellent. I understand that we are good now. I have to take another angle. Excellent. There you go. Just confirming they are the people. These ones, you don't ask questions until they're happy. There you go. Thank you so much. Lovely. Let's look at them. Let's look at them. The two gentlemen. They're the original ones. The rest are not. Yes. I just wanted the chairman as well. Excellent. So I'll request the principals to exit. Thank you so much. Chairpersons, please. There's a special request. And then the young people, we shall move the speed we do it. Excellent. The PS says we must do this as well, with Hannah as well. She has emphasized. So let's quickly do this. The chairman, please come in. I understand the principals are very keen to have the chairman because board meetings are about to come. Lovely. There you go. Chairpersons, please come over. Very fast. Let's organize this. Lovely. I don't know why the principals were very keen to say chairpersons. I think when you meet at the board, be nice to them. Excellent. Lovely. I think it's balanced. There you go. Please, gentlemen. Don't look at the gentleman at the center. His is the fake one. The original's at the back. Excellent. There you go. Yes, there you go. Let's go. Are we good? Excellent. Beautiful. Chairpersons, you can take your seats. Students, please come up very fast. Make sure you don't knock the chairpersons. We need them. Excellent. Students, somehow come up there. Even though you're as young, you don't have to go through the stairs, You and I know ourselves. Excellent. I love that. Excellent. Just somehow make a nice curve around. If you feel like you're being too formalized, but don't say it. Yes. Some can come here if you're too many. Some of you can be down here nicely. Yes, even there. Excellent. I like that. Yes. Are we ready for the Nicoset na TVET? There's no age cutoff today. It's all good. Are we good? I don't know why this side looks like it has a lot of the spirit is here. Come to the other side as well. Some of you, crossover. There you go. Yes. All of you here. Move to the other side. Move. There's a lot of space there. Excellent. Sorry. Lovely. Is it balanced? Are we good? Yes. The Nicoset na TVET. We will say that. Excellent. Yes. Lovely. This is beautiful. Excellent. So we shall take one for more one. There you go. Everybody look at him. 3, 2, go. Everybody say Nicoset. Excellent. Okay. A photo first. Yes. Don't do the sign yet. This one is for the paper. Then the other one will be for the front. Excellent. Everybody, Nicoset na TVET. You ready? Excellent. You can actually say it. Say Nicoset na TVET. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. And of course, our chief guest as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's tea break now. We're moving straight on across where we have the exhibition center. Yes, the exhibition center. Expo Center, straight opposite there. Please go. I am requesting something. Can we do this the military style? 15 minutes is 15 minutes. Excellent. Very quickly, health break, tea time, and then we go. Let's move on. The principals remain behind, and the agencies, you'll be directed where to take your tea. The principals and directors, please, you'll be directed where to take your tea. The rest of us, we could move straight in. And our guests as well will be guided where to go. So if you don't mind, Eric, Eric, if you don't mind, so we can take back our PS as well to the other side. So let's move on straight for our tea. We'll be back in 15 minutes. There you go. Excellent, excellent. Let's be back in the hall in 15 minutes. Tech team, if you don't mind, give me a clock. 15 minutes. Lovely. everybody to kindly take your seat. And if you don't mind, you could write that last message. I'm sure you've checked in at home, how everything is going. Some of us take longer, but we want to shorten it. All right? So if you may have your attention, it would be very nice. What was your key takeout in the first session? But just to remind us, when a panel is ongoing, remember our Slido? That's why you'll be asking questions. So feel free to type in your question there if you have any, even during this session of experiences that we have. Thank you so much once again. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce my panelists on the stage. And I want to start with the amazing Lavenda Odhiambo, a graduate from Eldoret National. Round of applause to Lavenda as she comes. Please come over here. Well done, Lavenda. Joining Lavenda is Fanis Nyamanga. Fanis Nyamanga, graduate Masai Mara Technical Vocational College. Let's appreciate Fanis as well. Welcome, Fanis. Joining as well, Fanis, will be Joshua Munyao. Joshua Munyao is a trainee from Mathenge Technical Training Institute. Welcome, Joshua. And of course, we have Beatrice Mboga, graduate Sigalagala National Polytechnic. A round of applause to Beatrice as well. Karibu sana. That's very nice. Thank you so much. And of course, the session chair of this session is none other than the Partnership Coordinator, Colleges and Institutes Canada. Put your hands together for Benjamin Ilagosa. Asante sana, Benjamin. Karibu sana. Come take us through this session. Karibuni sana. Over to you.
Thank you so much, MC. I want to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to this panel discussion bringing together young people who are graduates of the different programs in our institutions. And the whole conversation is going to be about the experiences in the institutions, the challenges they experienced during the course of the training, how their journey was, and even them transitioning into the world of work. So we welcome you all, and let's listening to the kind of things that they're going to tell us. To my panelists, karibuni sana. Feel comfortable, and let's get into the business of the day. So to start us off, I want to ask Beatrice just to tell us the motivation she had towards joining Sigalagala National Polytechnic and why she selected the course that she pursued at the institution.
First of all, I can say that what motivated me to join TVET is that TVET provide hand-skilled on practicals, whereby you'll be able to come out with something that will do using your own hands. And also, what made me choose my field of work is that I did electrical installation level 5, whereby I was so interested to know how electrical appliances work and how electric current flows from one part to another. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Joshua, if you could share with us why you decided to join Mathenge Technical Training Institute.
Okay. The reason as to why I joined Mathenge Technical Training Institute, first the background I'm coming from. There's lack of enough skilled people who can offer the best quality service to the community.
Amazing, Joshua. And Fanis?
Okay, mine is, as a girl from slums, I wanted to show a different, that also girls, younger girls in a slum can learn and be educative to other people, young people in the community, and bring a change so that we can develop a community that knows what the future holds. Yeah.
Thank you, Fanis. Finally, Lavenda.
Yeah, what motivates me to join the CBET is that I want to change my background, and I want to learn, because I had a role model of mine, and the way he was doing all those jobs, I was seeing that he'd never gone to school, but if I'll go there, I'll learn more, I'll have more skills and knowledge to handle the projects.
Thank you. So our panelists have shared the different things that inspired them to join the different institutions that they were part of, and we would want now to have a little bit of a discussion on your experience in training. And I would want you to share, just briefly, what is that life-changing moment a part of your training?
Okay, the life-changing part of my moment during school is that while I was there in workshop, I was able to engage in different types of installations, whereby when you come out of the class, you'll be able to put what you learned in class in the real field of work. What's being taught there in the workshop, in the school, is not different from what you are doing in the real life. Yeah.
Thank you. Joshua?
First, after I joined TVET institution, I was equipped with the skills and knowledge. And today, I have the ability to create durable, quality, and long-lasting structures in the community.
Thank you. Tanis?
Okay, the life-changing during my training, so I think I've gained confidence when it comes to public speaking. Also, I've been able to interact with different people from different backgrounds, which have enabled me during the field work and also the presentations. There's this one time that several times, like twice, I have, in partner with our Canadian partners, I was able to travel in different parts of Kenya. Like I went to historical sites like Suswa, Masai Mara, Hell's Gate, where we camped, we hiked, and it has been a wonderful experience. And yes, I enjoyed everything, yeah.
Thank you. Lavender?
Yeah, the life-changing. Before I joined the TVET, I could not do anything, even the project, even if I was seeing my role model is doing it and making me have passion. After that, when I've been learned, at least I come out with many practicals, and it's helped me when I'm in the field work. I can do installations, I can do the fixtures, yeah.
Thank you very much. A key component of the CBET program is ensuring that students are getting skills that are market-oriented, they are adjusted within the industries that they are operating in, and they can be able to fit anywhere upon graduation or completion of their respective training. And one way this is being implemented is by giving students the opportunity to go for internship and mentorship. And the whole thing is to ensure that as you go for your internship, you are able to infuse the training that you received together with the work that you're going to do at your place of attachment or internship. So we want to hear from the graduates here on the experiences when they went for their different attachments or internships in the different industries that they went to. And I'd want to start with Joshua. How did you manage to connect the training in class and your place of attachment?
Okay, naweza sema haikuwa rahisi. Haikuwa rahisi kutoka shule na ile skills and knowledge yenye umepewa na mwalimu, then unaenda nje nayo. Once nilienda kwa community for attachment, wale wenye nilienda kupata, it's like ni mimi nilikuwa nawasaidia kwingine. Instead wanipatie ile yenye inaweza nisaidia, ni mimi nilikuwa nawasaidia. So naweza sema experience hapo haikuwa rahisi. Yes.
So you are able to even become more like now their mentor. You're doing attachment, but you can still mentor them there. Exciting. Fanis?
Okay, mine, it was difficult first. First of all, it was difficult for me to acquire attachment because different industries and companies told me that there's not enough space. And also, so the place that I acquired, lastly, like almost the end of my time to join the attachment place, there was this challenge that I faced as a girl, because the supervisor, as a girl, I had a supervisor who wanted me. Alikuwa ananitumia messages, like, tumekaa hapa kando, amekaa kando, mimi nakaa hapa, then uncomfortable messages, then akaniuliza mbona si reply, story long, so nikamwambia like nataka tu ni focus with the place, nimaliza attachment yangu, nisecure a job later. Then aliacha kunitext, most of the time sikuwa na reply messages. So yeah, hiyo ni challenge moja niliface, and also another challenge ni hiyo place nilienda, like there was no enough facilities like za ku help mtu in a wider in wide, like haikuwa nasaidia sana, but all in all tulimanage with my coursemate, tukaacquire knowledge yenye tuliweza kuacquire at that place. Yeah.
Thank you, Fanny, for sharing your story. Lavender.
Yeah, mine is to say that before we joined the attachment, first because we joined the CDAC, it was easier because in our school we were doing more practicals, and when we go outside there, we get the skills we have in the school. It's the same things we were applying outside there. And we had different challenges, as my colleague have said, that as ladies, you get that men are taking advantage. Before you got that chance, he will just say that, I want to sleep with you, or I need you to be my girlfriend, and by that time you will get that chance. But without that, anaweza kuambia there is no that chance. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is sinking in, right? And these are things that we need to reflect on. Remember, we are talking about transforming lives of our young people through TVET, and them sharing some of the challenges they experience, especially when they are seeking for these opportunities, gives us a chance to reflect and see how best can we transform this ecosystem so that it takes care of all our young people. Beatrice.
Okay, as for me, I just want to talk about the real project and internship. Yeah, the real project, as for me, there is this project that I did, automatic solar-powered electric fence, whereby when you compare the traditional electric fence, yenye watu wanaita bulb wire, with this one that we came up with, automatic solar-powered electric fence, whereby the fence only comes on when an intruder is around the fence, and it saves energy compared to the old traditional form of electric fence. So when you came up with those kinds of projects, people out there say that, oh, you are a lady, you cannot do this. Ama hata mtu akikuita mfanyie installation anasema utaweza kweli na wewe ni mwanamke? Na mimi namwambia mimi najiamini naweza. Because what I was taught in school by my trainers is that tools does not know whether you are a lady or a man. What matters is how you are handling them. What matters is who is handling them and how are you going to use them. So being a lady is not a weakness. Being a lady is a strength. I just want to say that men out there look down upon women, ati wanawake hawawezi fanya kazi ya wanaume. No, hizi vitu ni zetu sisi wote, bora tupate do. Another thing is that there, as an intern at Kenya Power Limited Company, I've been able to do certain jobs such as meter installation, whereby you'll do installation of different types of meters, transformer winding, vitu kama hizo. Na ukiangalia hizo vitu ni zenye tulikuwa tunafunzwa shuleni. Ukienda huko nje, unapata inafaa upande pole. Mtu anakuangalia, unaenda kwa boma ya mtu akwambia wewe ni mwanamke bana, toka kwa boma yangu. Namwambia hata kama sijaajiriwa na KPLC, but niko na ile courage, niko na supervisor wangu hapo, akona hiyo nini, akona wanaitaje this thing, akona hiyo staff number. Hasa mkipata mmeenda field, tuseme nyinyi ni intern peke yenu, mmeenda field na unapata pale kwa field sisi ni intern peke yetu, hadi mnaweza enda kwa boma mtu, like mmeenda kwa field kama revenue collection, na unapata boma mtu ni mkale, mzee amewaka, sema nyinyi watu wa stima ni wabaya, mnakuja tu hapa mnatuibia. Sasa unashangaa kwani mimi nimekosea wapi huyo mzee? Sasa itabidi umenyamaza tu. Yaani ile mtu ako na bili imepanda na unashangaa sasa hapa nitakata hii stima. Na umeambiwa kwa ofisi, kumbuka ukienda huko is either you come back with the cable ama huyo mtu alipe deni. Sasa mtu amekataa kulipa deni na amekataa upande kwa pole, wewe utafanya aje? So hizo ndo changamoto zenye tunapitia huko kwa field. Ni hiyo yenye naweza ambia.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Luckily hapa tujakuja kutafuta kama Paradise Inn wamelipa stima ama hawajalipa. So Joshua, probably unaweza pia share experience yako ya field, uko kwa job, kukuaje huko?
Experience yangu kwa attachment side, kwa attachment pale Machakos. Sema experience pale kuipata sio rahisi. Unaenda unapatana na wale wasee, wanakuambia chenye umeenda kusoma ni bure. Ungekuja mapema, tungekuwa tushakufunza nini? Kufunza kazi. So unaambiwa umeharibu pesa. Umeharibu pesa kuenda kufanya nini? Kusomea kwa mfano like masonry. Unaambiwa umeenda kuharibu pesa, na ungekuja tungekuwa tushakupatia nini? Tushakufunza chenye tunajua. Lakini naweza sema for example in our community, zile nyumba zenye huwa zina watu wa wana construct wanatumianga matope sana. Natumianga matope wanaunda matope, yani wanajenga nazo. But so far venye nimeenda TVET institutions, nimeenda nikaona kuwa kuna machines watu wanatumia kumake blocks, na nikirudi kwa community, if I am able to purchase these machines, naweza kuwa able kutengeneza blocks, na bado naweza fanya nini? Naweza jiajiri in one way, na bado ninaweza leta modernization in our community. So naweza sema hivyo.
Thank you, Joshua. I think, Joshua, your point brings us to another aspect that I wanted us to look at on the kind of support students need in institutions for them to effectively undertake their TVET training. What are some of the suggestions that you have, especially from the training institutions? What support do the students need?
Okay, the support students need, first is tools and equipments. Kwanza nashukuru the Mastercard Foundation kwa kuleta the easy machines kwa mashule. Ile kitu ingine naweza sema ile students wenye wanahitaji ni kupunguziwa ile fee. Iko juu sana. Fee iko juu sana compared to the backgrounds of the students kwenye wanatoka. Kuna mzazi hawezi raise hiyo amount ya mwanafunzi kufanya nini? Ya mwanafunzi kusoma. Na kidogo, sijui kama utanipatia dakika 2 nielezee hii kitu. Okay. Kuna hii kitu, nilikuwa mimi nishindwa na kusoma. But I went and consulted Madam Dean, Selina Joki. Na nikamwambia mimi niko na shida ya fee, na kaniambia kuwa ataenda ongee na wakubwa wake na atanipatia feedback. Na after kunipatia feedback, ile kazi yenye nilipewa na shule nilikuwa nafanya renovations, yani repairs shule, at least niweze kuraise hiyo fee juu mzazi hakuwa able kuraise hiyo fee yote. So naweza sema shule imenishika mkono kwa masomo yangu. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Fanny's?
Okay, the support that young people need Kwanza, mimi naweza sema mentorship. They need mentorship. Then more chances for internship. And then also job links. Then lastly, I think partnership. Institution needs partnership from different industry, mostly on my part, the tourism industry, to be able to bridge the gap between the learning and the employment. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Beatrice, I want you to contribute to the support that students need from employers or the industry partners for them to effectively undertake their training.
Okay. The support that the trainees need from the employers is that the only thing that I can say is that there's this thing that is, we call it mentorship, job mentorship, or how they can get a startup capital on how to start their own job, on what to perfect what they did in school out there. Juu, unaweza pata mtu amesoma, amemaliza. Yes, you have knowledge and skills. You know how to do practicals or to perfect different types of projects. But there's this thing called connection. Out here, manze kuna connections. Unasikia, mi niko na kazi, niko na certificate, niko na nini, but in real sense, when you come out here, the employers need something. Mtu anasema nipea macho. Usiponipea macho mimi sikuajiri. Asa unapata msee anasema mtu anakuambia utoe 200k. But if you look at your background, your mom can't afford such a certain amount of money. Inakuwa challenge kabisa. Kitu yenye naweza sema support yenye young youths wanataka huku nje to provide job opportunities for them. Yeah.
If I may add something. Sure. Okay. Also, the support that young people need in institution, from institution, please, kila institution tujaribu, tuwekeni counseling for young people, because young people go through a lot. Kuna hiyo mambo ya fee, mzazi hana do, unaomba mzazi nisaidie pesa ya food, hana, anakuambia, anakutumia 500 kwa wiki. Unaona chipo, unataka kununua chipo, unataka kununua kiatu, best yako ako na nguo smart, unatamani. So kuna hiyo peer pressure between young people also. So I think tuwekeni counselors shule, waongee na watoto, like students like me, muwasaidie juu. Watu wengi wanaenda up like wanajua, cause anajiuliza like after hapa anaenda wapi, kama maisha ni hivi nitafanya aje. My colleague amesema kuna hiyo mambo ya connection. Actually hapo kwa connection pia, like when nilikuwa natafuta internship, ilikuwa ngumu sana cause sitataja jina, but aliniambia like ni mtu najua, so aliniambia like toa kitu kidogo ndio tukusaidie, cause nafaa kwenda kuongea, niko na watu wengi wanataka kusaidia, so wewe una hiyo pesa, mzazi anakuambia wewe tafuta tu, ulizia uone kama utapata. So please kalisheni wanafunzi chini, in case of any problem wakuje muongee. Unajua unaweza kosa kumsupport maybe in terms of money, but at least hizo words unampea zinampea encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, to me what I can say that student can need from the institution, we can at least workplace exposure. When the school had the connection outside, they can exposure you, at least you get that work. Another thing they can provide the practical training for us. Another thing, again, they can recognize as the graduates. Your school should recognize you, at least outside, advertise the graduates, at least you get the opportunity to get job.
Thank you so much, Lavender. A challenge to all the marketing teams in this room. The graduates are here, and they will even be key in terms of helping you market to institutions so that more young people can get to know the different programs that you're offering in your respective institutions. Our chief guest, during her address here, alluded to the fact that there are very many young people that we need to reach out to so that we ensure that we have more of these young people in the communities where we are coming from joining our TVET institutions. What message do you have for these young people who are unsure of joining TVET institutions?
Okay, the message that I can give for young ones who are unsure on whether to join TVET or not. TVET does not only offer knowledge and skills, but also TVET gives you power to start up your own business, whereby when you go in TVET, learn different types of skills, be it plumbing, electrical, automotive, engineering, fashion and design, and any other course, you'll be able to have that confidence and power to start up your own business. TVET is the best, yeah.
Joshua?
Okay, chenye naweza sema ni kuwa live after high school, si eti maisha imeishia pale. Bado kuna TVET institutions. Go and acquire something. Go and get skills for your better tomorrow. Thank you.
Fanis?
Okay, my advice to the young people who are unsure whether to join TVET institution is, if you join TVET, there is practical skills. If you compare it with the university, first of all, university is just a word. Yeah, most of the time, I have friends, niko na marafiki, mostly from Masai Mara University. Most of them wako confused. Ukikuchukua students wa TVET na umweke na student wa university, most of the time unapata student wa TVET ameshinda sana mtu wa university. So mostly university ni raha sana, ukikompare sana, wanapenda raha sana ukikompare na TVET. So one thing ni come to TVET, you get practical skills, and it's a smart step for you and for your future. Yes.
Thank you. Fanis, kwa sure huko kwa TVET ampigi sherehe pia nyinyi?
Sherehe iko kidogo.
Okay, Lavender.
Okay, my advice for those people who are planning to join the TVET, what I can add them that TVET is the best one for everyone, and it's allow everyone, not only those people who went to secondary, even for those people who didn't went to secondary, they have their chance to join, to start with a low level up to up level. So it is for everyone.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, allow me to give my panel here an opportunity just to sip a glass of water. And we go to the group that is here, of young people who are in this room, and we'll also want to hear from them. What do they have to contribute to the discussion that has been taking place here? And I will allow our MC to lead us there.
Sorry, it's okay. All is well. All is well. So I'm going to start with very quick, 30 seconds each, because we have several hands. Did I see your hand? Oh, excellent. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ruth Resian, a trainee from Nyandarua National Polytechnic. I have some few questions. Two questions. Okay, two questions. Okay. On regards on youth perception and stigma. Okay, in
You can sip some water, don't worry. Sometimes the mic can be intimidating. She's feeling like she's just wiring something. Excellent. You ready? Good.
in some community or maybe society, TVET is seen as last option. So my question is to the people. Haya, what is being What is it being done to change this mindset and position TVET as a first choice path to success?
That's a very good question. Let me just take that one from you. There's another beautiful lady here. Shoot your question and introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm Otieno Caroline from Friends National Polytechnic, Kaimosi. I'm studying diploma in extension agriculture. So there was this challenge. Someone was challenging me in my place of attachment, and it was about the world going digital, about artificial intelligence. And it was in line with my course. So you see, like for my course, at the end, I'm supposed to be an extension officer, training farmers in different places. And you see, like these days, most farmers are using these apps, the AI apps, to find solutions to their problems. So is this a disadvantage to someone like me who is pursuing extension agriculture? So you'll help me. My last question, now that you have provided us with the equipment in our various institutions, we are skilled and well equipped, and we are set to go to the field of work. Is there a program for us, like maybe starters capitation for us to maybe start our own projects, maybe to employ ourselves so that at the end we can also employ other youths? Okay, thank you.
Well, very good questions there. Just for the sake of gender representation, let me look for a man. There's one there at the back. If you don't mind, make it short, 30 seconds, let's shoot.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Magumba John from the Kisumu National Polytechnic. I have a question for the panelist. Yes. Currently, there is a problem of job opportunity. Now that from the skill that you have gained from the TVET institutions, how can you advise our youths who are crying outside there for the job? How can they market themselves to get those opportunities? Otherwise, thank you.
Excellent questions there. I think I want to hand you back, Benjamin. I think you've had the questions. I don't know how you'll distribute that, but there's also one that came through online, which I just want to read for you, and that one was for one of your panelists. And the question was, which was asked right here on the floor, that from Mr. Udundo. He said, question to Joshua Monyao. Before and during after your industrial training, did you also experience any form of sexual harassment from female staff at your post? You know, we only talk to the ladies, so I think it's a good question. So over to you. Over to you, Benjamin.
Thank you so much, Maina. I think we start with that one, Joshua. Have you ever experienced any form of sexual harassment during your attachment or the different gigs that you've been doing?
Very challenging. Pardon your question, please.
Yeah, so he's talking about issues of sexual harassment. We've heard from the female panelists here on instances where their supervisor or colleagues are sending them text messages that are suggestive, and to some extent they even asked that you have to extend this favor for you to be able to get a position or a job. Is it something that you have experienced?
No. Misi, bado sijapatana na mama.
Okay. You haven't experienced... Okay. So great. But there are 2 points that have come through from the plenary. One is talking about the issue of stigma. Like, how can we change and contribute to a change in mindset, especially from people who are viewing TVET institutions as places where only failures go? Just one of us can respond to that. Fanis.
Okay. Repeat the question.
Watu wengi wanasema ukienda TVET we ni failure. Tunawezaje change hiyo feeling yenye watu wako nayo?
I think ma role models wajitokeze. Those people who have attended TVET wajitokeze waseme like to be proud. Be proud of your school. Usijali penye iko. Usikwe na ile mentality kaka shule kanakaa aje. So we enda tu enda shule kwa role model kwa watu wenye wanasema hivyo. Like wanasema TVET haina masomo, una waste time, we ni failure ama anything. So role models wajitokeze, waonyeshe kitu wamesomea na waonyeshe kazi wanafanya. Like vile wamekuwa successful kupitia hiyo masomo wamefundishwa TVET. Yeah.
Thank you. Beatrice, you want to contribute to that?
Okay, as for me, mimi hujiamini mimi ni mwanamke bomba. I normally say that. I normally use this thing, that being a lady is not a weakness but a strength. Whereby, unapata, mtu anasema, TVET ni watu wenye walianguka exam wakiwa high school. There in TVET, kuna watu walipata B, na wako pale wanasoma pale walianguka. The mindset yenye watu wameeka kwa akili zao that in TVET, there are only failures who are there. No. TVET, anyone, hata wewe mwenye ulipata A, you are able to join TVET. Unaweza fanya kila kitu yenye unataka pale TVET. As a lady, I can say that I'm shining and I just want to shine, hoping that one day God will open doors for me, to pave ways for other women out there, saying that, oh, mimi siwezi join TVET, nikienda TVET wataona, oh, mimi sijui, oh, wamenidhalilisha sijui nini. No. Kitu yenye iko ni, wewe kama uko na akili yako, ama kuna kitu unataka kufanya, just focus on what you want to do. Don't look what people say about you. That is it.
Thank you so much. As we wrap up this conversation, there's also a question that came up with regard to graduates who are completing their courses and then wanasema hakuna job.
Jobs ziko, lakini kuzipata ndo shida. Whereby, si umesikia kusema kitu na connection. Utasoma umalize, ndio uko na certificate. Utaenda pale, alafu ngoja kwanza kitu ya muhimu kenye nataka kuongelea about this TVET. CBET ndio ni nzuri, but kuna challenge kubwa sana we as CBET kenye tumepitia. There in the school, kuna hii kitu inaitwa POE, portfolio of evidence, ATO, filing of papers. Hiyo kitu bana imenipigisha kichwa. Ukikompare na watu wa NEC, mtu alifanya NEC anasema, si tukishafanya exam, tunapeana tu results zinaweka kwa system. Wewe unafaa ukuwe na file bana, uko na file inatoshana hivi. Unashangaa size nitaanzia wapi? Alafu, there's this thing, you register for exam, unalipa exam fee, unakalia paper, unafanya exam. Mimi nimejua tu nishafanya paper fulani na fulani. Because with CBET, ile paper yenye umejisikia, hii niko at least naweza ifanya, wacha nifanye, hii sifanye nitafanya next semester, uko allowed kufanya hivyo. At that time, ukishafanya units zako zote, ushamaliza, waiting for your results, you find out there is some missing units. Unashangaa, kwani hizi units zingine zimeenda wapi? Na ukiraise complaint, unasikia tunazifuata, tuna raise kwa SIDAC, sijui wanaitaje, sijui SIDAC nini, ama CBET, sijui nini. They are raising the complaint, but deep down, wewe unajua tu bana hizi vitu hazitarudi. Unangoja for a period of 3 months, useme, I've raised the complaint, acha nione kama hizi vitu zitarudi. Unakaa miezi karibu 3, unasema, let me just redo the papers. Ukiredo, sasa hapo ndo penye shida nyingine tena inaanzia. Unaambiwa is either you do as a reassessment or first attempt. Na ukikumbuka reassessment, ukiangalia kwa ground nasema, hizi vitu za CBET na reassessment sijui nini, results kurudi ni ngori. Asa unaanza kushangaa, sasa nitaenda kutafuta aje job. kitu yenye wanasema ati hiyo job opportunity sifa. Kazi ziko, lakini shida ni utaenda kazini na result slip. Kumbuka result slip wameandika, this is not a certificate. Sasa asa ukienda pale, asa ukienda kutafuta job na unaambiwa this is not a certificate, hata utakuwa na courage ya kutafuta job. Imagine, mimi nimetokea huko nimeenda tuseme pale KPLC na nataka nitafute kazi. Na kitu yenye niko nao ni result slip. Is either result slip ama kuna hii ka slip kenye CBET siku hizi wanatoa, si result slip. Yaani iko in form of a result slip but not a result slip. Sasa ukienda nao pale, hata CBM anakuangalia hivyo kwambia msichana I normal. Is this a certificate? Sasa unashangaa, hapa sasa mimi kimeumana. But kazi ziko, kitu yenye naweza sema tu ni hii challenge yenye wa young youths wanapata wakiwa pale shuleni, wanafanya exams, results zingine zirudi. They are spending a lot. Juu pesa ya ku register exam ni ngumu kupata, kitu ya kwanza. Na unapata kila unit iko na certain amount of registration. Unapata unit iko na pesa fulani, practical fee natakikana, nini natakikana, but deep down wewe huwezi manage kupata hiyo pesa. Kazi ziko, ni sisi wenyewe tujitume, tutafute, tukiamini kila kitu inawezekana. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. So a quick one to that, Joshua.
Okay, mimi naweza sema kazi ziko. Ila shida ya graduates wanataka kuanzia juu, wanataka kuanzia hapa chini. Hiyo ndio ile shida yenye tuko nayo. Juans kuna, kwa mfano mimi nimesomea building and construction. Mimi sitaki kukua mtu wa mikono. Lazima kwanza nasema nipewe kazi ya fundi. Kwanza kama unataka ufanikiwe, that is to graduates na wanarika wenzangu. Kama unataka uvuke maisha ya hapa nje, huku nje si venye unafikiria, kwanza kubali kutumika na utapata kazi.
Okay. Quick one, Lavender.
Yeah, what I can say that, yes, for the CDAC people, the TVET people, we are doing the technical course, and yet if you have done the technical course, it means that you have your work in your hands. So to mean that if I'm a plumber, I can wake up, going out with my tools, and I'll get something to do, and I've been paid. But the worst thing, you will go there, yes, there's job outside, but what you are being paid in something yenye yezi kusaidia kwa maisha. Yeah.
Final
Okay,
submission.
my take on that ni sema ni first CBET inamaanisha practical skills. So already uko na skills. So I think ni wewe kutafuta funds. Then utumike, uanzishe kitu yako mwenyewe, uji self-employ, then you turn that into being your own boss. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So, in conclusion, CBET in one word. Beatrice.
Breaking barrier.
Life-changing.
Competence-based.
Transforming.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from the young people. All the stakeholders who are here, I believe that you've taken note of the recommendations that they have made, because the bottom line is that if we implement these recommendations, we are ultimately going to transform their lives. Indeed, to Cosetna, thank you so much.
Asante sana. Let's appreciate the panel. I would like you to take a picture right here. Just put the mics back there. We want to take a quick picture. I want to request our chief guest, if you don't mind. These students, I think, will frame that picture if you join them, you know? Huh? Excellent. So please join these young people. They have spoken their heart out, experiences they have had, and that was beautiful. Very bold, eh? Very bold, very bold. And also very bold questions. Thank you for the bold questions as well from you. Thank you so much. There you go. Lovely. Let's have that moment, that nice picture with them. Beautiful time there. A round of applause to them. Thank you so much for that. Beautiful. Asante sana. You may take your seat. Oh, I love that. Yes, is on point. Nikoset na TVET. Let's go. Beautiful. Angalia camera. Angalia camera. Munyao is shocked. Yes? No. Who you? No, the young man was mesmerized that you're next to. There you go. Lovely, lovely, beautiful. Thank you, Madam PS. Thank you, our guest, Asanteni Sana. You may take your seats then. Tech team, if you don't mind, you could be helping me with this. And I want to appreciate the people who are very active on questions, even asking tough questions, that when we talk about gender balance, it's not always on one side. I like that question from Mr. Odundo. Wherever you are, I owe you some tea. Thank you for such lovely questions as well. We're moving on now to another amazing session, which is still the after break session. We want to get a presentation on matters Young Africa Works in Kenya, TVET program results. And we want to understand what have we been doing, how have we been flowing. And I want at this moment to appreciate that we have our session chair in the house. And as he's about to come in, just checking in that the podium is well set, that all is well set, and that our presentation as well is on set. Excellent, lovely. I want to appreciate that we have the Slido, so I would ask that even as we're getting prepared for this, by the tech team that we get ready on that. Excellent. So we are set. Just getting my signal. Excellent. Yes, we are. So ladies and gentlemen, even as we are preparing for this, allow me to introduce our session chair for this, who is going to make that presentation. And Eric Kayere is the Monitoring and Evaluations Learning Specialist at the Colleges for Institutes Canada. Experienced in development professional, specializing in project management. And I'd like to say this, that in his work, he effectively facilitates comprehensive assessments, evaluations, and organizational learning, ensuring stakeholder participation and ownership. He's an in-depth, innovative, problem-solving, capacity building, and integration of emerging technologies in establishing quality assurance standards. Please put your hands together for him as he comes. Eric Ayer, to kindly take us through this quick presentation. And then after, a deeper discussion. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you, Maina. The chief guest and distinguished guests. I'll quickly get into a short presentation about the Young Africa Works TVET program. I know we are all adept on what has happened, and previous speakers have spoke about the results of the program and how it has been run through this partnership-driven model. So our partner institutions for this program included 101 TVET institutions, the TVET agencies, and 29 Canadian colleges. Looking at our journey, we started this in 2020 with the program launch, mapping out the partnerships, mapping out the institutions. In 2021, did our baseline labor market information and also curriculum gap audit. Moving into 2022, we started the institutional partnerships, curriculum review, gender mainstreaming activities, and industry engagement. And hitting into 2023, we started the launch of CBET programs, CBET pedagogy, equipment delivery and installation, outreach and marketing. And down in 2024, we continued with the equipment delivery, rebranding of TVET, CBET pedagogy, RPL policy, applied research, and these initiatives have brought us to the fruition of what we have as milestones in 2025. So looking at what the TVET system was and what we did, I'll quickly talk to you about the challenges that we had in the training system. There was shortage of qualified instructors in CBET, lack of industry-aligned equipment and coordinated occupational standards, limited access to training for those in the informal system, as well as significant gender-based barriers. And what did we do about that? We looked at a national labor market analysis, close engagement with industry to ensure that there is relevance and alignment with skill needs, looking at harmonization of occupational standards that Dr. Wanyeki talked about, looking at pre-service and in-service CBET training in partnership with the Kenya School of TVET, looking at recognition of prior learning, as well as enhancing gender equality at the institutional, community, and systemic level. So what are our results in this area? We have 272 master trainers, not only at KSTVET, but at our centers of excellence. And as at now, close to 8,500 in-service faculty are trained on CBET pedagogy. And about 8,800 of pre-service trainers also trained on CBET pedagogy. So we did not only reach to the 25 institutions, 170 other TVET institutions have benefited from the retooling of TVET trainers. Looking at curriculum development, assessment, and accreditation, this was in partnership with our Canadian partners. We've had about 224 Kenyan partners, faculty, do exposure visits and study tours to Canada to learn about curriculum development, assessment, and accreditation, as well as about 164 Canadian subject matter experts providing in-person training to faculty in Kenya. In terms of courses that have been launched, we developed up to 142 programs. 138 of those have been approved and have been launched at our centers of excellence, and also influenced the launch of over 800 CBET programs in the centers of excellence. Looking at RPL, we trained up to 510 practitioners from government, from institutions, and from industry, and also supported the launch of the national RPL policy framework. As at now, we supported the registration of 11 centers of excellence as qualification awarding institutions, having them with RPL policies, and 13 are assessment centers that have been established to this program. To date, we have about 1,400 young people that have received credentials through RPL services at these institutions, and happy to report in terms of inclusion, also 480 refugees at Kakuma refugee camp have received credentials through RPL with the support of Kitale National Polytechnic. In terms of gender mainstreaming, we were able to get to capacity building of about 165 administrators and officials, and happy to report as of now we have 21 COEs with gender mainstreaming policies that are actively being implemented, 20 with both sexual and gender-based violence policies, as well as weighted policies. We also have 7 COEs that have established baby care centers for young mothers, and we are seeing increasingly resources being allocated to gender mainstreaming activities across the institutions. The other challenge was on equipment. There was immense lack of equipment, especially for CBET courses, and also the misalignment of equipment and curriculum, and the lack of technical skills to use that equipment to teach. The program determined the equipment needs in close collaboration with the teams at the institutional level, as well as the Canadian partners, and mapped this equipment to curriculum so that it is practical to be used in curriculum delivery. We also had our institutions commit to investments in infrastructure that supports this curriculum, and we prioritized on quality and ensuring alignment to global standards to ensure that it's sustainable, and also extensive training on operations and maintenance. So to date, as has been said, we've installed state-of-the-art equipment to 24 institutions and is supporting the delivery of 90 CBET programs with 136 trainers and technicians training on how to use that equipment to deliver training. The sectors we've touched are on building and construction, manufacturing, hospitality and tourism, the blue economy, agriculture, and the digital economy. So this is just a snapshot of some of the equipment at Bondo TTI, as well as the masonry at Madenge TTI. The other challenge that we looked at was industry linkages and transitions to work. We were looking at the perception of TVET by employers, which had been generally poor, leading to limited collaboration and interest. And the curriculum was mostly created without input from the industry, as well as limited opportunities for internships, attachments, and job placements due to the limited engagement with industry. How did we tackle this? We looked at expanding and strengthening relationships through industry advisory committee, so that we have commitments by industry partners to support TVET delivery of CBET delivery. This moved into MOUs or collaborations for course development, applied research, and commitments to internships, mentorships, and transition to work. Also helping in terms of creating awareness for young women in STEM and profiling industry partners or employers through technology leveraging on the digital platforms that exist. With this, we have 57 industry advisory committees across the 25 partner institutions that are engaging over 550 industry partners, and we've talked about the 10 applied research and innovation hubs and the 74 MOUs that the COEs have gotten between themselves and the industry. You can see some engagement in applied research with the president, and this is Bondo Technical Training Institute, with that under the Kenya Innovation Week. Looking at perception and enrollment, and we've heard that from the panel as well, historically there's been poor perception of TVET as a career of last resort, and also perceived poorly by parents, community members, the young people themselves, and the private sector, and that led to low enrollment. And to look at that, we developed, with support from the State Department, a national campaign to promote TVET, the Nico Set na TVET campaign. Did marketing training with institutions, ran social media campaigns, radio adverts, engagement with community leaders, and getting into strategic events to promote TVET, as well as impact stories or stories of change from TVET graduates, and investment in equipment to support enrollment. With that, we were able to increase enrollment from just the Young Africa Works supported programs was at 153 youth in 2021 as we are beginning. Right now in July, we are at 10,000 just within the 138 courses that have been launched by Young Africa Works. More so, at the centers of excellence, we've influenced enrollment in CBET to 90,000 or over 90,000 across the 25 centers of excellence, and nationally, we've contributed to the enrollment. As of 2019, we were at 125,000 enrollment in TVET, not just CBET. But now we are at 600,000 in enrollment. And with the courses, we are at 80% completion rate with about 5,000 young people transitioning to work. With that, it took an enabling policy environment. So working with the State Department and the agencies for a national competency-based and based assessment framework and harmonization of national occupational standards, contributing to policy development and implementation under recognition of prior learning, looking at industry engagement through ISCs that were recognized by the Presidential Working Party on educational reforms, working on gender mainstreaming in TVET, aligning the policies with the National Gender Equality Commission, and also strategic engagement with TVET stakeholders. We worked a lot on convening TVET stakeholders or forums that brought together TVET stakeholders to interpret policy direction, worked on data quality and performance management within the TVET institutions, as well as marketing and outreach to get us to the milestones that we have now. And we finish with, right now we are set with TVET. Niko set na TVET. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Nico Setna. Excellent. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate him one more time for the good job that they're doing. You can see you're ready for this. Excellent. Lovely. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to transition now to this amazing panel session now, which will be a last before we go for break. And I want you to very fast just introduce the session and the panelists. As I call them, help me in appreciating them. Allow me to invite Anthony Karanja, the lead workforce development at Kenya MasterCard Foundation. Please put your hands together for Anthony as he comes up. He serves at the MasterCard Foundation Kenya office, and his role plays a pivotal role in shaping and driving initiatives that enhance education quality and create sustainable employment opportunities for young people. Welcome, Anthony. You may take your seat. Next as well, joining us is Dr. David Mwangi, Chairperson, Kenya Association of Technical Institutions, Training Institutions. Please put your hands together for Daktari as he comes as well. And I just had a highlight from his profile. Did you know that Daktari in November 2023 received the Principal of the Year award by the Employability Summit? Makofi tafadhali. It's an honor to see you. He was the man to watch, the man to watch. Of course, joining in this particular session is Moritz. So if you don't mind, please come and take your seat right here. Moritz is already a familiar face. He's a manager of operations at Colleges and Institute Canada. And we have the privilege as well of requesting our chief guest, Madam P.S. Kindly come as well so that at least you can join us. A round of applause to her as she comes as well. All the questions you asked, now she'll be here to answer them. A lot of people made some comments from your speech, how great it was, and I'll be reading some of them. And of course, coming back is our session chair to moderate this session. So kindly put your hands together as well for Eric as he comes back to take us through this session. Karibu sana once again. And we can't wait. Ladies and gentlemen, remember the slide, or if you have a question, especially if you have a question, for example, to the PS, you can start by saying, to the PS, ask the question. Anybody here, address it to them. Karibuni sana, over to you, moderator.
Thank you, Maina, for that. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today for this important panel discussion on advancing skills development training and the future of TVET in Kenya. So our conversation today brings together this distinguished panel who are experts and play a key role in shaping the future of skills development for the young people of Kenya. So today's session will explore the progress, lessons, and the path forward. And we will discuss gaps, what has been addressed, successful interventions, mechanisms for scaling, and how to ensure sustainability of the gains that we've made. And I have to tell you that I'm very excited and lucky to be sitting here today because for once, after 4 years, I get to ask questions to people who have been pressing me hard with questions. And so I think it's my turn now. It's just only fair that I get this opportunity. Yeah. So to understand where we are today, and welcome to our panelists, to understand where we are today, it is important to reflect on where we've come from. Over the past decade, the TVET sector, or TVET ecosystem in Kenya has undergone significant reforms, but also faced a lot of structural gaps, whether it's in curriculum, it is the infrastructure, or stakeholder engagement. Madam PS, what would you say were the biggest challenges or main gaps of the TVET sector in the past decade? And what interventions has the government put in place to address these challenges?
Thank you very much, Eric. Yes, Eric is one of the people that really felt harassed, so I think he's going to take this opportunity to harass me. Because one time at Nyeri, I told him, Eric, this is the way we are going to do things. And he really looked very surprised. Let me also start by recognizing my colleague, PS. In case you did not know that there was another PS in the house, there he is. That's Kevit Desai, one of my predecessors. And I won't tell you what I was told by these people when I came about you, but you can see me behind the tent. But before Eric and all you wonderful people, before this government came into the space, of course we had the curricular gap that we needed to deal with. We needed to get to a space where we are training our young people into the practical skills that we have been saying were needed and are still needed by our country. So we changed into CBET pragmatically so that we agreed as a state department that we are going to train on the practical aspect, which of course we still continue to polish as time goes on. So there was a curricular gap, which we have been working on together with our partners like the CICAN. Secondly, of course, was the equipment. Our young people would wonder what they are going to do with themselves as they get to the TVET space, because we are telling them, come, we will train you practically, but we lacked the equipment that we needed to be able to train them. Again, with our working partners and the government of Kenya, we have been able to provide with a lot of equipment into our space that we are now using to train our young people. And thirdly, is our trainers. The government of Kenya Kwanza came to a space where the trainers were very, very theoretical based. And again, it was our responsibility to recraft them into training the practical skills that we want our young people to have. And I have talked about equipment, but let me also add the weak industrial linkages. The young people who are here earlier on have spoken a lot about even not being able to transit into the world of work, which is the industries. And this is to a large extent young people, because we have for a long time just trained in our institutions, and the industries that we purported to be training for were huko. So it is not that, for the longest time, it is not like we have been speaking to each other. And I'm glad that our partners here have been able to work with us so that we bring the industry very near. Once the industries are very close to us and we are training with them practically, then it means that as you leave the training institutions, you are already even encultured into those industries, and transiting to them is not an issue anymore. Should not be an issue, because we have trained you with them anyway. And when I was giving my speech, I gave an example of EPZ, with whom we are training the young people who are going to make their garments for export. And because we are training with EPZ, they simply carry those young people into the industries. And I also spoke about what we want to do with hospitality. Again, we want to train them with the big hotels, and they already know that these are the people we want. Then they take them to the industries, and on to all the other industries. So what we are saying is that we want to work we continue working with the foundation, with CICAN, to be able to bring the industries very close to us, so that they are able to understand that we are the people who are producing the trained personnel that they need to take forth their industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. PS, looking at, she's talked about the curriculum gaps that have been filled, the equipment gaps that continue to be filled, and training capacity that is still being filled, and also working with industry in terms of training the young people. Moving it to you, Anthony, behind every impactful program, there is strategy. The Young Africa Works strategy in particular seeks to unlock meaningful economic opportunities for young, especially through skills development. Could you unpack for us what is the core of the Young Africa Works strategy in Kenya, and where does skills development fit in? Yeah.
Thank you, Eric. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm standing between you and lunch. Good afternoon. Okay. It's a pleasure to see all of you. I know some of you have met when you're doing the field visits to the training institutions. And again, as my colleague Hannah mentioned today, thank you for the good work that you're doing. And to the young people, thank you very much for embracing TVET as a pathway to work. Eric, in response to your question, skills development is at the center of what we do. Hannah mentioned earlier, and a lot of you know this, the foundation seeks to strive to support young people in dignified and fulfilling work. Our big, audacious task our goal is that by 2030, we'll have 30 million young people across of Africa in dignified and fulfilling work, 70% of whom are young women. For Kenya specific, we are saying by 2030, we want 7 million young people in dignified work, 5 million of whom are young women. We go further down and saying 5% of the total should be persons with disability, 100,000 of whom also should be persons who are marginalized and displaced. That's a huge task. Behind those numbers is 2 pathways, as my colleague Hannah mentioned. Skills development, so we are saying we want young people to be able to be supported to acquire education and skills. And the second key pathway is that to support young people to be elevated from poverty through micro enterprises and microfinance. So those are that's our big target. In Kenya, we have raised up our hand and said, every year we have about 800,000 young people going to the job market, but there are not enough jobs to cater for that. I think we are able to absorb about 200,000 of those 800,000. Where do the rest go? Some of them remain jobless and all. How can we, so there are not enough jobs to absorb young people in work. So our task as a Kenya office, we have said, we want to be able to catalyze young women entrepreneurship. That we want to see as many young people being able to support their, and start their own businesses and be able to absorb as many young people as possible. And we have highlighted a couple of sectors that we will be able to do this. And one of them is agribusiness, digital economy, and the green economy. But underpinning all these spaces is that there's a need for skills. And skills is paramount to this. Because it's not enough to just say we want people in work. They need to have the right kind of skills. One thing we're always hearing the private sector saying is that the young people are not well equipped for the job market. So we need to be able to support young people, give them the right kind of skills to be able to advance and being able to get into those opportunities. That's why skills development is important for us. And we see TVET as that particular important piece of that puzzle to be able to enable young people getting the right kind of skills to enable them to get into the job market.
Thank you, Anthony, for that, reiterating that you want to catalyze and promote young women entrepreneurship and skills development is at the core of that. And looking at that and the multiple players that are there in the TVET sector or skills development sector, and sometimes the complex goals that you've talked about, the goals that we have, then the success really goes down into the implementation and how it is done. And looking at the strategies that have been most effective. So Maurice, having been an implementer of TVET programs across this country for a while now, from your perspectives, what strategies have proven to be most effective in delivering results under the Young Africa Works TVET program?
Thanks, Eric. That's not as tough a question as I was expecting. I thought with your preamble, I was thinking that you would give me some really, really tough ones.
Oh, they're coming.
Oh, they're coming, okay. Yeah. Thank you. No, it's an interesting question, and you know, there's a couple of things that jump out at me. But one, and I was speaking with a colleague about this earlier, is that, and I would say this is a strategy. The program was a bit audacious. It was ambitious and a bit crazy and very broad in scope. And I think that is one of the strategies that was really influential in achieving success, because we tried to do a little bit of everything. And you know, in a sense, that's how we managed to achieve this state of ecosystem transformation. It wasn't just about one little program on this topic or one little program on this topic. If you've listened to the presentations, if you listen to the next couple of days, even the results that you gave, I think that's something that really comes out, is that it's holistic in scope. CBET, RPL, marketing, outreach, gender, industry linkages, applied research, innovation. I don't know who would come up with a program like that, but we did, and I think we largely were able to deliver on that. And because all of those pieces are linked together, they contributed to success. And that brings me to the second point, linkages. I like the question to the youth panel. What's one word that sums it up? Well, linkages is another one that jumps out at me. Key strategies to success, industry linkages, being able to link curriculum with the job market, linking employers with industry through advisory committees and other channels, linking the program strategies with government strategies, linking institutions in Kenya with institutions in Canada. Sorry, I'm repeating myself a lot now. Linking trainers in Kenya with trainers in Canada, this peer mentorship and peer linkage piece. Linkages between centers of excellence and mentee institutions, largely VTCs and some TTIs in other counties. So through this whole concept of linkages, I think we were really able to drive that success of the program. Thanks, Eric.
Thanks, Maurice. So really calling out on collaboration and linkages in every aspect and doing it wholesome in the TVET ecosystem. Dr. Mwangi, I'd like to bring you in on this. To be able to deliver at scale and sustain impact, we would need robust institutional mechanisms, whether in quality assurance, policy alignment, or stakeholder coordination. At this point, what institutional mechanisms have been put in place to accelerate the gains of the Young Africa Works TVET program?
Thank you, Alec. And in the next program, don't put me in the same panel with my peers. I want to start by saying that the impact of this program is quite heavy, and it does not even go down to the institutions alone. It is affecting all the players within the TVET ecosystem. And one, if you talk about institutionalization, one thing is that the mindset must be able to shift, because the success and the stability of this project will be determined by how the management and the boards and the council members will be able to interpret this program. And in the areas whereby we have this program impacting on our institutions, the first one is we have been able to develop curriculum. So where we are now at the implementation. So in this implementation, the good thing, ELIC and members, is that the curriculums have been harmonized, and whatever is happening in Kenya today in a TVET institution, be it a TTI, TVC, or a national polytechnic, is the same. And that's bringing the aspect of sustainability. Number two, when implementing this curriculum, our institutions should be able to come up with the mechanism that are youth friendly, in the sense that we must make this curriculum attractive to the youth. And I want to give an example in agriculture, where we're using smart technologies, and you realize that students are actually attracted to these agricultural courses. And the other thing to prove that this one is the way to go, these graduates that are graduating the CBET curriculum, it is important we retain them in our institution so that the other students can see that we are actually consuming what we are producing. In the area of enabling environment, I'm happy to say that the chair of the board and the council members seated here, we have developed various policies and they have been approved, like in gender mainstreaming, areas of disability mainstreaming, the vulnerable youth, and also the areas like now the LPO and the rest. So this one is the way to go. And where necessarily, if you realize that something is very, very important and you don't want to lose it, it is also important to put it in the performance contracting of that institution for that financial year. When it comes to the issues of capacity for our trainers, that's why I'm saying this impact is far and wide. We have the KS TVET that are doing very well, but still at the institutional level, it is important that we have these annual training programs for our trainers, because sometimes the areas of interest may not be a national area of interest. And that's why I said in the morning that we have trainer learning centers which should be replicated to all the institutions that are in this program and those are without. For the equipment that we received, once again, We should come up with the commercialization aspect, with the IGA aspect, so that these equipments become self-sustaining and we can even be able to buy new ones from the proceeds that we have managed to get. And the other area is the industry linkages should be key and should also be institutionalized for us to maintain training what is relevant with the industry. And lastly is what we did with this program on sustainability. And out of the 25 institutions, we are able to come up with 10 institutions, and we are able to come up with a sustainability plan. And we hope that this sustainability plan will be able to replicate to all the other institutions across the country. So ELIC, as well as the institutions are concerned, we hope that these are areas we can be able to engage to ensure this program continues even as we celebrate the first phase today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mwangi, for that. And piggybacking on that, Madam PS, he's talked about an enabling environment, you know, some of the things being in the performance contract, having industry engagement institutionalized, the IGUs. How can the State Department support these and ensure things like trainer development, the strengthening of industry linkages, expansion of inclusion initiatives are secured for the future of TVET?
Yes, of course, Eric, sustainability is very important. And like Dr. Mwangi is saying, from the institutional perspective, we are doing our level best because they are the implementers to ensure that this goes on without a lot of hiccups. And let me also add to what Dr. Mwangi has said and say that we have also been encouraging these institutions to also make themselves centers that the youth want to come to. And I think I said that. And I want to commend them because if you go to a lot of our TVET institutions now, they are very beautiful, with very beautiful gardens, so that young people want to come to our institutions, and that is an aspect of sustainability, where here before, you had people talking about going to TVET as if you are going to, you know, those old houses which were made of grass and mud. No. Now you want to go to our TVET institution and you are going to a beautiful stone house. And that is what we have also been able to achieve as institutions, so that our centers are centers that you want to go to. Secondly, of course, we have continuous professional development courses that are available at the Kenya School of TVET. And what we want to encourage our trainers, especially, because I said trainers are the actual anchors of the future of TVET. We want to encourage them to continuously train and to train the younger ones behind them. Recently, I realized when we were in one of our regional meetings that probably by the turn of government, I will have lost almost, what percentage? A big percentage of my trainers, especially the principals. These, for example, Dr. Mwangi, he will probably be out of space, and you can see the kind of assets that will be out of the space. So again, continuous, what do we call it? The one you train the ones behind you. Mentorship and succession management. Succession management is something that we also must really continue doing. The other day, I saw one of the people that I lost from TVET, and I saw him here. What was his name? Oanda. Oh, I saw Oanda here. That one. When Oanda got out of TVET, I almost thought TVET was going to collapse, but it is still there, Oanda. So what I want to say is that succession management in our institutions, Eric, is something that we are doing very seriously. The advisory boards, the industry advisory boards, I have seen a lot of industrialists here. Again, we want to make sure that we are working very closely together. We are also talking to the National Industrial Training Authority, which is really an authority that has a lot of funds that are for training, really. And NITA has not been talking very closely with TVET. And the Secretary TVET, Jao, who is sitting here, is very well aligned with the way we should be speaking to NITA, so that part of the funding, the funds that are held by NITA are able to come. I think 60% should go to industry and the 20% should come to TVET. Yes, and that is an aspect of sustainability hereafter. Of course, earlier on I spoke about IGS, that our institutions are technical, and therefore we should be able to produce what we are training. The young people who are here earlier, some of them spoke about kazi na attitude, and I think attitude is what I got. I have a niece who trained a certificate in baking. I don't even remember which institution. And she's really a shining star in making cakes and whatever in very many weddings. That girl is very rich. She even challenges me, you know, Auntie, niko na pesa kama ile yako ya PS. Namwambia sawa. And all she's doing is making very beautiful cakes. Dr. Kanyi tells me, when you have a skill, you should not go hungry. So, young people, let us start by you having a pragmatic skill in your pocket. Then we can talk about the actualities of what you can do with that skill. One of you said, ujitume. Not just sit there and wait for these industries to call you for a job. Jitume. Be able to do what it is that you have learned, and you'll be able to make an earning for it. Don't think too much about employment. And lastly, we have integrated monitoring and evaluation systems, so that, especially with the national polytechnics, so that we are able to follow through with what it is that we are saying we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam PS, for that. Around. As I bring Maurice and Anthony in to the discussion, Mina, kindly look at the slide for any questions that are coming through and ask the hard ones, because they'll come through me. So make sure you post the hard ones there. Maurice, looking to the future, sustaining results demands that we reflect, we learn, and also we tighten the loose ends. In the experience delivering the Young Africa Works TVET program, what areas in the TVET sector do you believe need to be strengthened to ensure sustained impact of the results?
Thanks, Eric. I think if we look into the future, there's a few. One that really jumps out at me is looking at curriculum. And I think we've seen a lot of really tremendous progress, and a lot of that is thanks to the PS, Dr. Moria, for pushing on modularization, but also on the full official push to CBET implementation over the last couple of years. So I think that helps. But what do I mean by needing to focus on that? Curriculum and the training that we deliver needs to stay dynamic and current. It's not okay to have said, okay, we have all this beautiful new CBET curriculum, and now let it turn yellow on a shelf somewhere and we keep using it for the next 20 years, and then it becomes just like the old theoretical curriculum that was out of date and out of touch. I think the very important thing with curriculum is that we look to the new harmonized occupational standards, we keep those up to date, we keep those industry linkages going, those industry advisory committees meeting regularly, providing input into emerging trends, new technology, new skills, new industry, and ensure that the curriculum and the training at the institution stays current. There needs to be a constant process of learning and reflection and enhancing that curriculum through new labor market information, industry input, to keep things fresh. Because if we don't keep CBET fresh, in 5 years, someone will put together a proposal for a new project that needs to refresh and redo CBET, and we're starting this whole conversation over again. And I don't think we want to do that. We want to keep, we don't want to go to what was the chart? We don't want to go to the grave now. After we want to keep going. And so I think curriculum, we need to keep it dynamic and keep it linked to emerging areas. And that brings me to another thing, which is a focus on technology to stay current. We haven't talked much about artificial intelligence today. We don't need to get into it right now, but I think keeping things current, especially on technology and even in certain areas, agriculture, how do we integrate technology into agriculture, into CBET? I think we always need to be pushing ourselves on that. And then another thing for sustainability, and luckily this is not my purview, it's more a problem for people in government, focusing on effective coordination between various levels of government, pushing really on how to ensure that coordination and sustainability with financing and budgeting. Again, that's not necessarily my problem to solve, but the question of financing and budget sustainability and those pieces, I think, is obviously a key one. That can be done, of course, at the government level, but also at the institutional level through income generation, which we've heard about, diversification of income streams and revenue sources, looking at the funding models and all of these things. So I think, that whole question on funding and budgeting is very important to ensure institutional sustainability. I know we'll talk a lot about that over the next couple of days as well, and I'm really excited to see what comes out of that. But to me, I think those are two really key things that come out. And I think we know that, but I think it really requires focus and dedication and intentional effort. Thanks.
Thanks, Maurice, for that. And looking at the numbers, Anthony, that you talked about, 7 million young people in Kenya accessing dignified employment. We've heard of the gaps that exist. The PS talked about the need, the youth not in education, employment or training. She's talked about the gaps that still needs to be filled in terms of industry engagement and training with industry. So as you look to accelerate youth employment or workforce readiness or development, what areas are you focused on in the strategy for the next 5 years?
Thanks, Eric. I think for us, central to what you're trying to do is centering the young people. And I really liked what the PS earlier said, that it's important to have the end in mind as you're beginning. So where are the jobs, for example? And then starting to train the young people. Because one of the things that young people keep telling us is that we are tired of we have enough certificates, we want the jobs. So I think for us is constantly understanding where are the jobs, what's the evolution of the jobs, and then now training the young people towards those opportunities. And it's not an easy, creating jobs is not easy. Right? We need a lot of partnerships and opportunities to be able to create all these things. But I think also central to the jobs is centering the young people and understanding what are their aspirations, what are their ambitions, and then working with them. I think a lot of the times we hear young people saying, you need to listen to us. If it's not with us, what do they say? It's not with us, it's something against us, right? And therefore we need to be able to capture the voices of the young people and working with them. But that's just on the technical side. What we're also seeing is that we also have to work with the young people and understand their psychosocial needs that they are going through, right? The young people are not a homogeneous set. Right, we saw them here. We had, hi Caroline, we had young women, young men, we have refugees, persons with disability. They do not have the same needs across of them. We need to be able to understand their needs and center their interventions towards the needs that the young people are coming with. And therefore, we'll be able to become successful in the interventions that we are advancing. The system, the young people should not be able to fit the system. The system should fit the needs of the young people and be responsive to the issues of the young people. And that's what we try to do, that we're not just designing interventions in the boardroom for the sake of designing interventions in the boardroom, but we need to design interventions in a way that it responds to the issues of the young people, the pain points that the young people are going through, and be able to advance that. It's heartwarming also to hear issues about modularization, right? That, we can design packets of training. So, for example, you come in for 2 weeks, you go out and learn. That is also very, very appealing to young people, because today young people are learning on the go, and they want to be able to go and implement what they are learning. So those aspects are also important, because you're centering the young person, you're understanding the issues of the young people. But then it is also important to walk the talk, right? Walking the talk and said, okay, this is what we designed to do. Can we work together to be able to actualize that? Because it's imperative that we stick to the ambition that we've set. For example, you have said that we want to support young people, 7 million of them in dignified and fulfilling work. The young people are holding us to account. You said this. Are you actually living up to what you promised us, or is that just hot air? And therefore, for us, we hold that aspiration into high regard, because we have made a promise, not only ourselves, but to the young people, that we want to support them, we want to work with them. And therefore, that for us is an imperative, that indeed, every single day we wake up, the North Star is at 7 million young people in dignified and fulfilling work. And we want to not only hit that target, but surpass it, because the need is greater, right? We all know of our relatives, our people within our communities who do not have work opportunities. So we wake up every single day knowing that we have to go out and support the next door neighbor, our young brothers and sisters, our cousins who are always calling us at the end of the month. I need this, I need that. A lot of us in here are in, once in a while, wedding planning, chango, burial, because people are looking unto us, and there is a lot of need out there. So that is the cause, that we need to be able to center the young people. We need to enable young people move in and advance in the trajectory in terms of getting them into what we are calling dignified and fulfilling work opportunities.
Thanks. Anthony, talking about, as we are programming, we need to put the young people at the center of these programming or TVET strategies, so that we are not planning for them, but planning with them. They say if you're not on the table, you're probably the menu, yeah? So not making them the menu, but rather sitting with them at the table. As Mina is looking at slide, Dr. Mwangi, the program reached to just about 30% of TVET institutions in the country. Are there any strategies to scale the gains to other institutions within CATI?
Thank you, Alec. I want first of all to say that the TVET landscape in Kenya is very dynamic, and we don't work in silos. And one thing that happens, there's a lot of knowledge sharing. Even the people who are not in this forum, they know about what we have been doing with the CICAN. And I'm happy that over the years, we have been having capacity building platform within CATI, and all the topical issues and thematic areas that we have developed in these projects, they have been able to be presented. And most of the key areas that we have are also linked with the various directorates within the State Department. For example, when we talk about the ILOs, there is a department with the industry linkages in the PS office. So even if an institution is not part of this project seated here, there is an LLO who usually goes to those meetings where we are talking about the industry linkages. When it comes to the issues of RPL, the RPL coordinators across the board, they are not part of this, but they are also getting the information across the country. The issues of greening of TVET, you have greening coordinators. We also have the marketing coordinators under the registrar's office. All these offices within our institutions, they are actually being linked to an office at the PS office. And that says that we are going to have scalability of all the benefits you have been able to consolidate in this project. And I want to say that over and above what you have been doing before, especially the CBET courses rollout, This is a policy direction, and what Madam PS is seated down here, that nobody should implement any other curriculum apart from the CBET curriculum. And I'm saying that most of our institutions come to June next year, we will not be having any other curriculum being implemented in our institution. Lastly, through the curriculum development, once again, we would expect that we are going to have curriculum that are being pushed by applied research, so that we can have different curriculums in different parts of Kenya that is going to make those institutions that are not developing curriculum have the need to develop one, and as a result benefit to the whole process of curriculum implementation and curriculum development through this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ari, for that. Mina,
yes.
We ready to pick some?
Very much ready. We have so many of them, about 24 questions, but we cannot manage to do all that. But ladies and gentlemen, you are able to also help us know what is the critical question you would like answered by just looking through those questions and clicking on the thumbs up, so we'll know this is the best. But we have some, let me float some. There's one to the PS. What plan is there for TVET trainers on apprenticeship programs? That's a question directed to you. What plan is there for TVET trainers on apprenticeship program? There is also another one for Kati Chair. How do we keep industry enthusiasm in walking the CBET journey? How do we keep industry enthusiasm in walking the CBET journey? Then there's another one as well here. How can, and I think it can be part of it as well, how can tracer studies and labor market information systems be strengthened to better track graduate outcomes and inform curriculum development? Let me read it again. How can tracer studies and labor market information systems be strengthened to better track graduate outcomes and inform curriculum development? And finally, I can ask this. How can we assist the TVET institutions to align to the industry mindset to achieve greater synergy? How can we assist the TVET institutions to align to the industry mindset to achieve greater synergy? And maybe there's a final one as well that was also voted as well. What support will the PS provide for teaching learning centers to assist, I think it's TVET, in retooling over 4,000 trainers? How will the PS provide the teaching learning centers provide support for the teaching learning centers to assist the KS TVET in retooling over 4,000 trainers? I think those are quite a mouthful, a little bit based on the votes. But the students as well were asking, AI is here. What's your advice? I think you can choose whoever is going to answer that. All the best.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll defer to you, Madam P.S., on what path is there for TVET trainers on apprenticeship, as well as support to the teaching and learning centers to provide training and support the Kenya School of TVET. The question is that what path is there for TVET trainers on apprenticeship?
What plan? What plan is there?
Plan is there.
For the TVET trainers on apprenticeship programs.
What is that?
I told you the questions would be hard, you see?
Thank you, PS. That is the problem of sitting closer to the PS. Thank you so much. The issue of apprentices, we have a dual program that has been done with our partner GIZ. We have worked on occupational standards. We already have developed a CPD program. It's already among the 24 that I told you earlier to check in the Kenya School of TVET website. So the program is there. It is a 2-week program. So sections will be online, and the other week will be face-to-face. In that dual system, again, we monitor you in the industry. And I think the PS, currently they are working on a policy paper that will be used to monitor the people in the industry. So the lecturers must be attached to the industry. And I'm happy, PS, you are aware, because you are driving this, that the new TVET Act now puts it clear, not like regulations like before. The TVET Act, which will come maybe, God willing, 2025, will actually indicate, one, the trainers must go for industrial attachment at least once every 3 years, by law, like Germany. 2, you must go for a CPD program once every 3 years. So I think those are the positions that I think the government is doing to make sure that actually that is actualized. So I think we are on it and really appreciate. Thank you, PS.
Thank you. Any addition, Madam PS?
No, I actually did not understand the question, so I won't add.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mwangi, I think there was a question on how do we keep the industry enthusiasm in the CBET journey, as well as looking at achieving synergy with the industry. So how do we keep the industry enthusiastic to support TVET?
Thank you, Eric. This one I'm going to talk through experience. And when we started this CBET curriculum, we did an overhaul of our, what you are calling them as what? The one that you're using for assessment. Huh? What? Logbooks. Yeah, that is the first thing that we discarded. And we developed tools that were very specific to the program. So if you have 150 program, it means that you are going to have 150 tools. The other one was just a generic document that was not specific in any way. And then from there, what we did, we came up with the industry linkage portal. And that industry linkage portal, the assessment of our students on attachment is done online. So there was a lot of training for the industry trainer, so that they can be able to interact with the students and we can be able to see it from our side in the institution. So what happened is that the money that we're using for going to do assessment, we are using that money to go and recruit for more industries. And I think currently, because my law is here, our industry linkage portal, we are having over 7,700 industries. And I can say the industries, as far as you engage them, they are ready to work with us. So this industry and those is how do we approach them, and are they also within reach, and are we having any communication with them? And I'm happy that in Duo TVET, once again, the same people are able to come to our functions, and they can also retaliate that they are working for the TVET. So that one is something that can be replicated. And we can also have a national dashboard whereby we can be able to know how many students actually are on attachment and how many people are seeking for recognition of prior learning, because the industry, once again, they are giving this feedback, including what is lacking in our curriculum in that industry linkage portal. So it can be used to create that synergy within our TVET landscape. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
Eric,
much.
let me add to that we are looking into ways of actively incentivizing industry to work with us. And that is why I talked about the National Industrial Training Authority and the levies that are in there, that we are supposed to activate, and that's what I said. I have tasked the TVET secretary and Minor, who is in charge of TVET funding, to be able to reach out to NITA so that the funding that NITA has should be able to be rolled into the TVET institution, into the TVET space, so that we incentivize the industries to be, and it is their responsibility to discuss that space, see how we incentivize industries to be able to work with that. Again, we need to demonstrate to industry that the young people that we are producing are actually requisite to up their game as far as production is concerned. You see, industries are into making profit. So if we can be able to demonstrate to them that the people we are training are actually going there to make their work better, to make their production better, then they are going to be encouraged to work more with us. And finally, I want to challenge the boards that are some who are sitting here to know that those institutions and agencies that have been put, that you have been put in charge of, it is your responsibility to ensure that those institutions are actively being linked to the industries, and it is your responsibility. Because the boards that we have in place, some of them who I see here, are very requisite people in society. Let you be an agency of your institution as far as the industries out there are concerned. It is up to you to convince the industry out there that this is the space that you need to leverage on, that is our institutions, to be able to up your game as far as production in the industry is concerned. So don't just get a position of a board and keep quiet. Do something about it as far as our institutions are concerned and as far as linkages to the outside world, especially the industries, are concerned.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam PS, for that encouragement. We're moving into closing, and our panelists, maybe in a minute. Anthony, what would you see as the future of TVET in the next 5 years?
What do I see as the future of TVET? I see TVET as the pathway that young people will continue to get into. I see TVET as an opportunity that we can continue to scale and support as many young people. Today, I think we have about 700,000 young people in TVET, up from about 200,000. That can only grow. So I think for us, it's an honest call to continue with the gains that we have seen over the last couple of years and turbocharge it, take it times 100%. Let's continue collaborating. Let's continue building up on the gains. Let's not, as Madam Pierre said, let's not take it to the deathbed, but let's get it out of the ICU, into the ward, and even out of the hospital, and allow it to live. Let's continue centering the young people, allowing their voices to be the front and the center of how we're designing our interventions and ensuring that we are walking the journey with them. And let's continue building, because it can only get better. It can only get better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony. Over to you, Maurice. In a minute, what do you see as the future of TVET in Kenya?
You were joking about the questions getting tougher, and actually, I was just looking at the Slido here, and I don't know if the PS wants to go through this, because I would say that 75% of these questions are for you, and they're not easy ones. So there's a lot of homework here for all of us to do. I'm going to go through these later and summarize them, because there's some great questions from the audience. Thanks for those. I think the future of TVET, I mean, there's so much, and we've talked a lot about it. I think obviously there's a lot of optimism about where we can go, and a lot of realism as well about the challenges that the system faces, and some of the barriers that we face, and the persistent challenges to employment and TVET are interlinked. And I think that when we speak about that, I think that's one thing that I see. Of course, there's a huge need for further investment in the TVET system, but also more broadly, investment in general, capital, access to finance for young people. We've heard that a lot today, even from some of our youth panelists, that yes, skills are great, knowledge is great, but without access to capital and finance, you're held back in what you can do with that. And that's one thing that, as much as we are celebrating the achievements of Young Africa Works and talking about, how we've come very far in 5 years and achieved a lot of success together, and we should celebrate that, I think it's also a moment for me to reflect and for others to reflect on the fact that we could build the best TVET system in the world. And I think we're definitely on track to building the best TVET system in Africa, as Dr. Tarno has said, and hopefully the world beyond that. But even with the best TVET system in the world, without investment, without capital, without that piece to solve that employment puzzle, I think we're still challenged. So I think that's where a lot of our focus should be right now. But in terms of TVET, I see great potential for further growth on industry linkages. Dr. Mario talked about that a lot with industry linkages, the advisory committees, and I think that's partly how we solve this question of capital and finance and investment. By tightening that linkage, you can help ensure that institutions have a more diversified source of funding, that young people have access to jobs and other investment, that we can get those equipment donations and other ways to collaborate. And I see that as being something that we should strive towards. So everything else is being said so ably by everyone else on the panel, as well as some unofficial panel members who maybe don't know that there's no panel allowance or fee. But thank you for the question, and thanks to all of the audience members for the great comments on Slido as well. A lot of homework for us to do.
Thank you. On the comments and questions on Slido, we will do that and compile that, and also try to get some responses to that in our final report for this particular forum. Dr. Mwangi, 1 minute. What do you think is the future of TVET in the 5 years?
Thank you. Last year we are celebrating 100 years of TVET in Kenya, and we are saying, and even the president said, that TVET education is the key, TVET is the master key. And we are saying there will be no production without skills. And a country that is not going to produce, then you cannot have any economic development. So 5 years from now is that TVET is going to be a major player when it comes to our economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mwangi. Madam Pierce, the last word on the future of TVET in Kenya.
Eric, in the next 5 years, I am confident that we are not only going to be a major player in the development of this country, but maybe even the biggest. Why? Because we have the government of Kenya Kwanza on our side. The president himself one day told me, I was inviting him to Nyeri because that is the time we were celebrating 100 years, and he told me, Esther, I will come, TVET ni yangu. So I am operating in a space ya mwenyewe. So what we are saying is that we absolutely have the government on our side. As far as that is concerned, we do not have our space. We have the absolute support. Secondly, in Kenya, we have the youth, and who are very good. And then we have ourselves to skill them. And then finally, we have these collaborations that I said earlier on, even this one, I will not let go. So what we are saying is we have what it takes, not only to take TVET to a very good level, but also to leverage on TVET to take this country to a very good level of development in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to our esteemed panelists and the audience for following through, and your engagement as well. What we've heard from this panel reaffirms areas of collaboration, linkages, looking at investments or more investments in TVET, inclusion, having young people on the seat as we're delivering this or designing this, looking at innovation and what we are looking as a transformative TVET sector in the next 5 years. So let's continue to work together to scale, to replicate, and build a future where every young person in Kenya has the skills and opportunities to thrive. Thank you so much, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. I would like us to kindly take a very quick picture and then exit. A very quick picture. Let's take a very quick picture so that at least we can exit. Photographers, if you don't mind, make it quite fast so that we can go for our late lunch. Thank you so much. Very quickly. There you go. There you go. Excellent. Let's look at them. That's it. Asante sana to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to go out for lunch, and I just want to start with the instructions. I will allow our guests and our executive team to kindly exit as I give a quick house rules on how we shall be having lunch. Thank you so much, Madam PS, for that session and the entire panel. Now, very quickly, as Naomi helps me to take the PS to her lunch session, allow us to give you some instructions. Our amazing team is outside there with very nice vouchers. You will need a voucher for you to access lunch, so make sure you don't exit this room without that particular voucher. It will be very important that you do that, so you don't have that. We had some very good agreement for tea. We had said we shall take it the military way for 15 minutes. We managed to take it with 45 minutes. I'm just coughing. So I'm now worried about lunch. I'm now worried about lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm only asking you. In fact, I will be the sample. I'll be the last one to exit this hall, go have my 5-course lunch and back. So if you see me standing and leaving, just know that you're behind my schedule. So please, kindly, let's try as much as possible to try and hit this lunch in 45 minutes. That's a deal? It's 2:30, so 3:15 finds you still having a good chat. Just know that you have broken the canonical TVET rule of keeping time. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think I want to allow, Maurice, if you don't mind, you could start us off with the PS so you can exit first, and then the rest of us, as we shall be getting our cards, exit as well for lunch. Thank you so much. See you at 3:15. At 3:15. Ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Make sure you don't exit the hall without your special milk card. And just to alert you, your property is safe. Your property is safe. Just exit, go eat, and then come back. Let's all exit and enjoy our lunch. We also have another exit on this other end, so feel free to also use it. And our lunch is being served at the Dow restaurant. Just follow the leaders. impact in Kenya's TVET system over the next 5 years? One. Just one change. One change. One change that you think should happen. Remember, it was slido.com, 4,879. Please share your thoughts on this. The one change you think could happen as we allow our friends to come in and settle in. Let's just see. Alignment to industry needs. Thank you so much for that. Who said this? Because I think I have a gift for you. Who said that? Who said that? Who said that? Just checking. 1, 2, 3, go. Who's the one? Okay, nobody wants that gift. So, oh, it was you. It was you. See me on the side. See me behind the tent. You never know. There you go. So let's see. Excellent. What is the one change that would make the greatest impact in Kenya's TVET system over the next 5 years? Read it for yourself. Acceptable curriculum by industry, alignment of courses to industry needs, predictable and increased funding. Money. Money is always a subject. You can never miss. Somebody else says that the one change we need to do is the passcode. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let's see more. Let's see more. Industry collaboration, focus from employability to entrepreneurship, budget increment, alignment to industry needs takes the day. A lot of people are saying that. We need to align, we need to align, we need to align. There you go. Equipment and affordability. Inclusivity as well in TVETs, excellent. Predictable and increased funding, involving industry in our training. Continuous professional engagement, there you go. Commercialization. Lovely. Affordability, industry collaborations, there's increased funding too, making the best of everyone. We have individual pathways. Lovely, lovely thoughts there. The one thing that people believe should be done. That's the one thing. That's the one thing. Lovely. I like this. Inclusivity in TVETs. Industry needs to be skilled too. I think there's a lot of conversations, PS, on budget. People are praying budget, you know, the one thing that will make the greatest impact. So I think in the words of the PS, as she told the MasterCard Foundation and everybody else, where you go, we shall go. They will not let you go, right? You told them, not live in them, not live in them. Thank you so much. And thank you for the participation. A lot of people doing it. I love this. If you look at the words that are bold, the words that are bold in that Slido, it means a lot of people are saying that. A lot of people are saying that the one thing that we may see, training takes the day, industry, alignment to industry, those are the ones that take the day. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Somebody else has said that the one thing that will make the greatest impact in Kenya's TVET system is Paradise 2025. Thank you so much. It's okay. I think it's the food. The food was so nice. So we are together. We are together. There will always be someone. There will always be someone. Thank you so much for that. Asante sana. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, I love the fact that we have really tried to manage time for this afternoon session. And at this session, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the panel session that we shall be having. And it's about implementing competency-based education and training. That's CBET. And the presentation that we have is an impact assessment of the in-service and pre-service CBET delivery methodologies. And we have Dr. Paul Wanyeki in the house. Please put your hands together for Dr. Paul as he comes. Dr. Paul Wanyeki, you'll be taking us through this particular session. I'm just checking. Yes, he's coming up. Dr. Paul Wanyeki is the Director of Standards Development, Compliance and Enforcement, TVET Authority. I'm very well aware that the afternoon sessions can be challenging, especially after a 7-course meal, so try your best. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chege. And in that awareness, I know people can become religious in the afternoon. If you choose to pray, kindly pray with your eyes open. Okay, thank you. I'll be taking you through an impact assessment of in-service and pre-service CBET delivery methodology training that was done by Kenya School of TVET. This impact assessment, we did it in collaboration with Kenya School of TVET, and one of the contact person for Kenya School of TVET is here, Makato. Thank you very much for your contribution to this. And we were looking to find what are the impacts of this training, CBET methodology training. And impact is measured from listening to story. We are at 60% of analysis of the data, and therefore what I'm giving you is more of breaking news, because the last results or the servers will be open when we complete the data analysis, and that's when we'll have the final results. So some things that are being said here will be preliminary. We did target 22 institutions out of the 25 institutions that was targeted by the project. The 3 institutions that were not targeted by the study was Northeastern National Polytechnic, Weru, and Lodwar Vocational Training Center. Reason is because they were somehow far-flung, and for Lodwar it's an outlier, while the others were TTI. Lodwar was a VTC, which could have skewed the result. We got responses from 401 people. That's inclusive of trainers, HODs, trainees, master trainers, and that is the percentage. So if you are good in maths, you can compute 59% of 401, then you will get the CBET trainers who responded to the questionnaire. In terms of possession of pedagogy, Madam PS, they said that we identify the gaps. Here, the gaps that we have identified are quite small. Like here, the gap is that on average, 10% of our trainers don't have CBET pedagogy. They don't have pedagogy. So we can work on a policy directive so that maybe they can go and join Dr. Tarno and get CBET pedagogy methodology. We had about 5 objectives. And from these 5 objectives, in objective number 1, we were looking at the capacity of Kenya School of TVET on skilling of TVET trainers on CBET implementation. And we critically looked at especially the gender-responsive pedagogy. And you can see all the people that, almost all, 91, 95, that's a mean of about 4.5 in a scale of 5, were happy about the gender responsiveness of the TVET, case TVET curricula. This is where they are being taught to use the gender-neutral pedagogy while they are in class, because we realize that it might be the methodology that is being used that might be not favoring both genders even while in class. So we found that there was a lot of gender responsiveness in the curricula. Also, we looked at the master trainer, role of the master trainers in sustainability and scaling of the CBET methodology training. And these are the activities that the master trainers did in their institution. But to note, in other data, only 46% of them did this work. So there's also a gap there. There were 100 who were trained by this project, master trainers. Out of that 100, 46% were able to do this. And this is part of the sustainability, because if we have them continuously inducting, especially the new recruited trainers on CBET methodology, then this can be sustainable. You can see they did training and capacity building, sensitization and awareness creation, mentorship and coaching, resource provision and support. They also did monitoring and quality assurance. For case TVET, we asked them, what are the challenges during this methodology? What were the challenges that they experienced? And one was time constraint. They felt that the training was taking place when the terms were on, or the semesters were on in our TVET institution. So whenever the training was done, trainers were balancing or juggling between attending the session and going to class, attending to their duties. Then there was a resource limitation in some instances where facilitation was required. Then resistance to change, still at that time, because there was no good buy-in, especially in the beginning, there was some resistance to change. There was also assessment and curriculum challenges during that time. We had not done modularization, we had not done harmonization, so by that time also they witnessed assessment and curriculum change. But the issue of assessment still comes on. By that time, Madam PS, the greatest challenge that we were facing as a country was the CBET delivery methodology. Somehow, it was a big problem that we never thought that after the delivery methodology, assessment is required. So this is an area that, a gap that we need to strengthen, especially now with the modularized curricula. We raised the bar. At level 3 and 4, formative assessment is to be done at 90%. That means 90% of the marks will be contributed by the trainers. They really need to be trained on how to develop very good assessment tools so that they can be able to measure the achievements correctly or the outcomes correctly. Then technological and infrastructure barriers. In some instances, there were no infrastructure and technology to support. In the 22 institutions that was targeted, there were a total of 5,317 trainers. Out of those, 4,797 have been trained by this project. So we can put in terms of figures that the project here had a 90% impact. However, this impact was taken further because you realize that if you check the balance, it's about 500. But about 473 received some form of training from master trainers. So that means from the trickle-down effect, that was somehow reduced. We also looked at the effect of CBET delivery methodology on training. And here we wanted to see their understanding of CBET. There's understanding you can know CBET and fail to implement. And you can know CBET and implement CBET. So in terms of understandings, the training was done based on the 7 TVET principle, and you can see most of our trainers are comfortable with the 7 CBET principles from that. In terms of attitude, especially from the master trainers and head of departments, we sought what are they observing? Are they observing any changes in the trainers? In terms of confidence, in terms of attitude, and in terms of gender responsiveness. And you can see the scores are very good, meaning that the project had a very good impact in changing the attitude towards CBET. There was a time when Chair Mwangi was here, he said that they never thought CBET will work. But now you can see there's 99% are having positive attitudes towards CBET, and 96 that were observed by the master trainers. That means there's a lot of impact from when Mwangi was starting in 2015 and saying CBET will never work, to now we have 99% from those institutions saying that this thing is positive. Also, the enumerators, who are 12 in numbers, also visited the class. And I have about 100 pages of qualitative data that is yet to be processed that was found from this. We are still in the process of analysis. And from analysis, that's where I mentioned there is understanding and there is implementation. And here, what was observed was that most trainers had prepared training plans. But again, a good number of them could not access their training plans. They could say it is at the HOD, it's at the head of department, it's at the deputy office, for waiting to be approved. So they had prepared this because it's a requirement and kept somewhere very safely and not being used. However, when they are told that you'll be observed, they are able to do it. That means they know how to do it, but they are not using it. Then, still in the training plans, most of the resources identified were not conforming to CBET because we had textbooks and things like that that were identified. Meaning, most of them, they just took the old schemes of work, changed the title there, and then filed. You know, they have it in soft copy. And apart from other things, also what was observed generally was that the BOPS model was not adopted fully. So that's another area that we need to work in. In terms of transition to the world of work, here we measured on possession of employable skills. And here we asked the principals who sit in the interview panels, and they said 95% of the respondents noted that case TVET pre-service graduates are competitive in the job interviews. So we can say that they have been equipped with very good employable skills. Also challenges, we looked at some of the challenges. And some of the challenges were stated by the trainer through an interview and some through observation. And the few ones that agree in terms of resource limitations, especially the training resources, the time constraint was also observed, where the practical sessions in some instances were not allocated adequate time. In terms of sustainability and scalability, one of the areas that we are agreeing, and it's not here, that one came out last week with an interview, a key informant interview, is that for sustainability, a policy need to be put in place and make the CBET methodology training mandatory. When this one is put in place and done like a continuous professional development, that means everyone has to go, whether supported by the institution or by your own cost, so that it is mandatory, the 2 weeks program. That one is the CBET delivery methodology. As a stopgap measure, as you are planning maybe to get your full pedagogy course if you don't have pedagogy. And maybe it can be pegged also on promotion so that people are motivated through that way. There can be some good sustainability on the same. Apart from what was mentioned here, there was utilization of master trainers, resource allocation, monitoring and quality mechanism also to be put in place. In terms of integration of technology, most of the technologies were integrated in class, but there was misuse of AI. Some of the enumerators were being given sessional plans that have just been generated from AI, not edited. Some of them are reading Cambridge University, but presented to you as the sessional plan. So we need also maybe to train them on the good use of artificial intelligence. In conclusion, conclusion is that the CBET methodology training has had a major positive impact on the CBET implementation in Kenya. And the major challenges facing CBET currently is on the implementation stage, but not on the preparation stage. While we are implementing CBET, that's where we are recommending there is need to have very close supervision and guidance at that level to ensure CBET is properly implemented. For example, the reason why trainers are not going to class with the training plans and sessional plans is maybe because we are not giving very good supervision to ensure that they are really going to class with those documents. That means they have failed to prepare, they have not done that. And one thing that maybe should come maybe from here, apart from what is here, sessional plans were not being prepared generally. Almost in all institutions, sessional plans were not being prepared. And the response was that it is not one of our required documents, especially on ISO procedure. We need maybe to discuss as a sector, do we need sessional plans? Are they important? Because if they were trained in case TVET to develop sessional plan, then we go back to your institution and say, based on our standard operational procedure, this is not a required document, we are not required to prepare, then we should stop asking case TVET to train people to prepare sessional plans. If we think, that's why I'm saying we need to agree here so that when we agree, we maybe go and amend our procedures if they are saying they are not mandatory documents while training. As I said, to COSET in a TVET, that's the end. I'll be opening the server in about a month's time. You'll be able to get the full report. It will be a comprehensive and a big report. Maybe as part of the recommendation on this one, just to mention, for action, madam, of this to be done, maybe you direct that in this workshop, we prepare a policy brief on the same. because now that one will allow you to offer, if we agree on some few things that we agree, will allow you to offer circulars that will guide on some of the things we have agreed to scale up from this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Let's appreciate Dr. Paul Wanyeki. Asante sana for that session. Ladies and gentlemen, we transition now to the panel discussion of the day. And I would like to start by inviting the panelists. As I invite them, please appreciate them. We start with Lamek Mochache, graduate from Kisii National Polytechnic. A round of applause to Lamek. Welcome, sir. Followed by Milka Makato, the National CBET Coordinator, Kenya School of TVET. Welcome, Milka. I heard you mention a lot of time, Makato, and she's right here on the panel. Welcome. Next is Dr. Sela Kisaka, Deputy Director, Research Advocacy and Material Development at TVET CDAC. Karibu sana, Dr. Sela Kisaka. Excellent, it's good to see you there. And finally, we have Anderson Kigige Mutembe, Chief Principal, Meru National Polytechnic. Anderson Kigige, karibu sana. And our session chair for this particular session is Dr. Okumu Odhiambo, Chief Principal, Kaimosi Friends National Polytechnic. He's going to be taking us through this session. And I must say that Dr. Okumu and I were the first ones to get back to this hall after lunch, yet we were the last ones to leave. Thank you, sir. And that's exactly how he will keep time. No pressure, but that's it, right? Excellent. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Our chief guest, Dr. Moria, who is the PS in our State Department, our development partners, chairs of various governing councils, board of governors. Amongst them is one of my teachers, the chair of Sigalagala National Polytechnic, Professor Mnishi. My colleague principals, including the ones who have retired, who are here, CEOs of state agencies, fellow trainers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm not sure how much time we have, but as we wait for the server to be open, I'm glad to report that Madam PS, 98% of the trainers are willing and are ready and have competencies in implementing CBET. I think that was a great outcome of this study. Tafadhali mujipige makofi. Straight away, while we're talking about CBET, and I think as a country, this is one of the best directions that we ever took. I think when the United Nations in 2015 revised their Millennium Development Goals into Sustainable Development Goals, it envisaged a world where there would be no poverty or lack of food, and individuals would get access to what we would call dignified and decent work. The African Union, through the chairperson in that time also, when they adopted Agenda 2063 for Africa, observed that the citizens of this continent deserved to live in peace, but you would not live in peace if you are not putting food on the table. And I think the planners in this country were very clear when they said that in Vision 2030, Kenya would be a middle-income country. And I think all of us appreciate the manner in which science and technology and innovation is anchored in Vision 2030. There's no better place for us as TVET institutions to play in than in making sure that this country delivers that status for its citizenry. And I want to appreciate the ministry through the leadership of the PS that today we are talking about CBET. And in very simple terms, CBET is the enabler that is giving our Kenyan youth to find something to do so that at the end of the day, they can put something on the table. We all appreciate that the reforms that take place in the ministry, policy directions that are provided, have given us direction in the manner in which we must approach training in our TVET institutions. These adjustments today, we are talking about modularized curriculum, and in essence, making it possible that our trainees are able to get skills as soon as possible. In, say, 3 or 4 months, they have a skill that is employable in the industry and a qualification to accompany it. Ladies and gentlemen, my panel has been introduced, so I will not take a lot of time. And I'm glad I was told there was going to be a timer here. It is not working, so we are here for some time. Thank you, Karibuni-san. Oh, they have now put it on. 41 minutes. Mochache. Thank you. We are very proud of our CBET graduates. And just to give us a glimpse, you saw the way your colleague spoke here earlier in the day. What was your learning experience at the TVET institution? This was at Kisii National Polytechnic, isn't it? And tell us your experience in terms of course duration, what you observed in attachment, and if you obtained any career guidance, and if there were any financial issues. Please.
Well, when I first joined Kisii National Polytechnic, I never had any experience, but I had that need to, by the time I was to get out of the institution, I had to come out with something. So, the course that I had preferred to do in my institution, I was ready to do it. And through well interaction.
Just tell us the name of the course. If you
the name of the course is Mechanical and Automotive under Welding and Automotive Level 4, under Mechanical and Automotive Engineering. So through well interactions with my TVET teachers, I managed to catch up with the course very easily. And later on, I was attached by the institution for 3 months. I had to volunteer because I had that need to catch up with that course. So by the end of the attachment, at least I had learned something. The other question was?
Was any career guidance that you obtained when you were in school?
Well, before joining that course, I had already chosen it in my mind, and I was ready to do it.
Thank you. So there was no one who influenced you?
No, nobody influenced me.
Own choice.
It was my
the trainers in school never gave you other options.
Yeah, no options.
Today, if you are given an option, would you change your mind?
No.
You are comfortable with what you're doing.
Yes.
Thank you. Kenya School of TVET, not Kenya School of TVET, let me start with CDAC. One of the things we've just listened to a few minutes ago is trainers who would not retrieve their session plans. But we appreciate that 98% knew about these session plans. What is TVET CDAC doing in integrating modularization into the CBET curriculum design and rollout?
Thank you, moderator. So I would start by outlining what modularization is. Curriculum modularization is an approach that involves breaking down a larger subject or course into smaller independent units packaged into modules. Each module focuses on specific learning objectives, skills, or competencies, and can often be completed and assessed independently. The units of learning, while maintaining the sanctity and dictates of industry standards, have been grouped into modules in such a way that it allows for skilling of trainees in more comprehensive ways and skill-oriented, targeted ways. So basically what the module is is that we took the course and broke it into manageable chunks so that we are able to assess each of them as a complete unit. And therefore, all trainees start at level 3. And as they start at that level, you do the module 1, which is level 3, as you progress. And what happens, and that is for those modules which start at level 3 going right up to level 6. Because we are looking at it, if somebody is going to be a supervisor, they need to understand the nitty-gritties of the actual work that they are supervising. So that is why through modularization, you find that the trainees are able to start from the level 3 as they go up, and you finish one module successfully before you are allowed to be assessed for the next module. So what are the key characteristics of modularization? The first, it is that it's industry-relevant skills development. What this means is that modules are developed in collaboration with industry stakeholders, ensuring that training is directly tied to job roles and current market demands. So what happens in this case is that the curriculum is prescribed by industry, so occupational standards are developed by the industries. At the level of the institutions, we have ILOs. Those are the industry linkage officers who actually, they link the industry with the trainees so that trainees get placement. Then while they're in industry, we have the mentoring tool, which is used to assess them by the industry practitioners. And that way, they are learning, but at the same time, they are learning with what is being done in the ministry. If you had, in the industry, sorry. If you had one of the earlier trainers when the graduates were giving their experiences, they said that, I think it was in the documentary, we saw a graduate who was saying that what they are learning in the institution, when they go to the industry, are the same things they are going to use. So it is not something new that they are going to meet. Another thing that we are doing as TVET CDAC in modularization is that it fosters employment and upskilling because modules are certified independently. So if, for example, the candidate has completed module 1, they get certified for that module that they have completed, as opposed to waiting for the entire duration of the course. So they will be adding these courses cumulatively until they have it, because also during the time when we had our graduates giving their experiences, one of them was saying that when they go to the field, they go with a result slip which says this is not a certificate. Now with modularization, they'll be going with the certificate. So when you finish one grade, you go and get employment based on that, and you come again and upskill and continue, and you keep building it up. So you don't have to wait for one whole year to get employment, but you get employment as and when you achieve that particular certificate. Then it also leads to reduced cognition load and stress, because we found that candidates, especially at level 3, were finding it a challenge at any one point of assessment. They would be sitting for 6 to 8 units. So you find they are struggling with them, and you find of the 8, they maybe only pass 2 and have to resit the other 6. But now they are taking a module at a time, meaning that what they are preparing for is less, and it also gives them chance to be good at that which they are preparing for.
Thank you. I hope it is not less in content or less in scale, but in manageable bits for them.
Yes, in manageable chunks.
Thank you.
Then we also have the aspect of continuous assessment.
I would like you to spare that concept of assessment for the time being and allow Kenya School of TVET to tell us something also. That is just going to come into the next question, but Madam Makato, I know the CEO spoke here in the morning, and you want to congratulate Kenya School of TVET for being the best, is it in Africa? And the 3rd best in the whole world. Makofi for Kenya School of TVET. Now, what's the vision of Kenya School of TVET towards continuous development, continuous professional development of the TVET trainers?
Thank you, moderator. As the CEO rightly put it in the morning, KS TVET vision is anchored on a number of policies that you have rightly stated in your introduction. The African Agenda 2063, where emphasis is placed on teacher development. We are talking about the continental strategy for TVET, the Vision 2030, because for us to be able to move Kenya to be a middle-level economy, we have to fix the trainer. And therefore, looking at our strategic document, 2023-2027, it outlines clearly the role that Kenya School of TVET will play in ensuring that continuous professional development is really a dynamic process. And there is a proper CPD framework to ensure that we continuously develop the programs that we have in place and to ensure that they meet the demand of the trainers. So we have a framework where we will continuously look at the skills needs assessment for the trainers so that we are not just focusing on the skills alone and also on the delivery process. So we are talking about dual professionalism, and that is the vision for KS TVET, to ensure that trainers are fully empowered and they have a long life learning, lifelong learning.
And I guess when you're saying we must focus on dual professionalism, then Kenya School of TVET is also going to work with the other professional bodies where these trainers belong to, so that their continuous professional development is integrating from the double professions or the triple professions that they may be possessing. Like if I'm an engineering technologist, for example, what are you doing with my regulator as I try to sharpen my skills as a trainer? Mr. Anderson Kigike, the principal of Meru National Polytechnic, how are you adjusting to the evolving changes of skills development for both trainers and trainees?
Thank you so much, moderator. I would want to start by saying that as TVET institutions, we have come from very far. We have come from very, very far. If you allow me, I just want to recall when it was directed that we all needed to shift from the previous way of delivering content to CBET. And just like someone said, it was not, CBET was not received so, easily. And it took one, I don't know now what I will call her, because she has called us generous. Maybe I'll just call her Major General. And the Swahili man says, mkono usioweza kukata, unafanya nini? Unabusu. For the sake of my friends, they say if you can't beat them, you join them. So that's where it started. And it was a whole paradigm for us to move from the conventional methods to CBET. And I agree, we needed to have rapid initiatives for us to get to where we are. We have not reached, but I think the speed we are moving at, and as someone has stated on the wall, 2025 is going to be a big year for us. And the whole idea of, crafting curriculum with the industry. Going to the industries to do what we were calling training needs assessments. And then now bringing the industries to our institutions and forming IAC, the Industrial Advisory Committees, and doing the curriculum with the industry that is industry-led, and bringing in the industry again to, do the validations of the curriculum, the assessment tools, the portfolio of evidence, and so on, was a new way of doing things for us. And I want to thank CICAN again for the work they did in introducing us to the same, because it's through CICAN that we were able also to get to understand most of these shifts. And now, going to the trainers and having them to understand, like I'll just talk about my institution because I may not know about others a lot. Having to explain to the trainers and taking them to KES TVET, and I think majority of them did not really, just like someone said here, did not really think that CBET would peak with the kind of speed that it peaked. And therefore, they had relaxed to the extent. Even as principals, when we went to them, they were relaxed a bit in helping in the implementation and so on. But today, we have been able to compare notes with other institutions, benchmark from each other, network and so on. And we are actually forming what I would, the CICAN team call a community of practice. And we are now, we are together in this as TVET institutions. And we are moving as a team, and we are achieving it. For the students, if you allow me.
1 minute only.
For the students, you know as well as I do that we have all come from somewhere. And even the majority of our students, they are used to the former way of doing things. So the shift had also an impact on, an effect on them in the sense of they didn't understand really some of these concepts. Of course, it was easier for the students to understand than it was easy for the trainers to understand the new concepts.
Thank you. And I think one of the earlier submissions that were made here, if I remember correctly, there was a mention of the term trainer learning centers. And we believe once the trainers are reconfigured or given skills that they may not be having at this time, then you're very certain the trainees will benefit from the reconfigured trainer. It's only that the acronym Trainer Learner Center in our institutions would sound like TLC, but that I leave for another day. We'll discuss for those who understand TLC in other fields. Please, I also want to invite you to make your questions in the same platform so that we will get them answered by our panelists. I'm going to the next round of questions, and this time I want to ask TVET CDAC to talk to us briefly also on assessment and certification processes, especially the measures that we are taking as TVET CDAC to streamline the entire process of assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. So within the assessment process, I'll start from registration. We now have a portal which enables us to do, it makes the processes more efficient. because we have developed a portal and we're continuously working on improving the portal. So most of the assessment processes are done on that portal, meaning that it makes it more effective and more efficient. Secondly, we are also doing early registration. For most of the institutions here, you know that before we used to open the portal a month before assessment, but now we open it at the beginning of once learning starts. So the registration starts early, and we are able to make sure that if there are any challenges with the registration process, they are sorted out well in advance. Regarding assessment centers, through the same registration, we are able to do capacity building of assessment centers. They register on the portal, but we also guide them on the assessment processes. With the help of CICAN, we were able to develop a CBET manual, which guides on how to go about most of the processes, and that also helps them understand the processes. When it comes to tool development, we develop and validate tools in a safe, secure environment to make sure that there are no issues of the tools being pre-exposed. We also have several stages of tool development to make sure that we have checked and ensure that the kind of assessment tools that are set are in line with the OS and the OS which are developed by industry. We also have collaboration of industry in the assessment processes, because when it comes to verifying practical exams, and as we had during Dr. Wanyeki's presentation and earlier, now 90% of assessment is practical. So we find that the industry practitioners are the ones who go and actually verify to ensure that assessment is taking place in the way that it should. We also do briefing of stakeholders at every assessment series, because we know that most of our processes, we engage contracted professionals who are trainers from TVET institutions. So what we do is that we make sure we have regular briefing sessions to take them through what is expected, to take them through what is expected of them. Then we also engage external supervisors and invigilators to make sure that the assessment process is properly run. And then we also have the customization and adaptation of the tools, especially for learners who have special needs, because now we have more institutions of learners with special needs who are doing our assessment. We also have the timely release of assessment results. During an earlier presentation, we had that there has been a delay, but for those of you who are aware, every after a session, actually it is just 1 month after we do the assessment that we are able to release results, and now we are actually churning out the certificates as fast as the candidates do the assessment. So this is a problem that has since been resolved. We also have the results management and analysis.
30 seconds to wind up on that.
Okay. Results management and analysis is also done in several stages. So we don't just do it in one stage, but it goes through several processes to make sure that we limit the issue regarding assessment queries. So for most institutions, you will know that now the queries have reduced. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Kenya School of TVET, what innovative models or technologies are being used or are being proposed to support scaling up of CBET implementation?
Thank you, moderator. Going by the definition of continuous professional development in the draft national policy, it says that it's the acquisition, maintenance, updating, broadening, and deepening of competencies throughout the career of a trainer. So as Kenya School of TVET, we have come up with a lot of technological developments, especially in the way we are offering and supporting trainers. For example, we have digitalized most of our programs to ensure there is access, there is flexibility in learning, there is even reduction in terms of cost because cost has been an issue, and flexibility is also very key because you realized there was a challenge on timing when we were carrying out the training during this project. So we have quite a number of digital programs that we have set in place. So even the institutions here can come to TVET to make sure that some of their theory content is digitalized. We also have e-learning facilitation. So for your trainers, you can bring them around and we'll show them how to be able to facilitate well through e-learning platforms. And we have, of course, integrated emerging trends like AI training. That is our latest CPD in the block. So issues of AI should not worry us because AI is here to stay with us, but learning how to use it responsibly as trainers and even for our trainees is very key, and we have a course around that.
Thank you. I hope we'll be looking forward to Kenya School of TVET also coming down to our institutions to help us set up the trainer learning centers with the right technologies and the right materials so that we can continue upscaling our trainers. Meru National Polytechnic, on behalf of the other TVET institutions, you are sure we have made gains in CBET implementation. I would like you to speak again and just tell us what structures we have in place to sustain these gains, and also go ahead and address a few barriers that may be that would not enable youths to undertake skills development through TVET.
Thank you so much, moderator. Of course, we, at the national level, we have legal and regulatory requirements which guide us as TVET institutions, and they have helped anchor CBET training for the nation and for our institutions. Just to mention a few, of course, we have TVET Act, which is under the review, and it has spoken to the reforms in education, research, and training. We have competence-based education and training, the standards. We have policy frameworks on CBET developed in 2018. We have even what we call TVET standards, which speaks to CBET assessment centers, how they should look like, the requirements and the guidelines. These ones were crafted in 2022. Of course, I encourage us to go look at those documents and familiarize ourselves with them. KNQA has also developed a framework which has the qualifications and the recognitions of those qualifications. We have TVET CDAC. We have KS TVET. I don't need to belabor talking about what they have, what they are doing. And at our institutional levels, we have national polytechnics as qualification awarding institutions. And this has devolved training, assessment, and certification of our students to broaden the scope of where students can also get recognized. Now, at the institutional level, we also have policies for our institutions, which form as guidelines to how we should continue training and so on. So this helps us to anchor ourselves and to ensure that CBET is protected. Now, on barriers.
Take a minute on that, please.
Of course, these are, they have been discussed here in different ways. This comes with negative publicity. We still have some stereotypes that TVET is second rate. But now someone talked about 21,000, if I heard properly, of students who qualified to go to the university, but they chose to go to TVET. We have financing issues. These are big thing in the house. I don't want to talk about financing. Everyone knows about it.
The message is home. I can witness.
Home.
Yes. Yeah.
Then another big issue which I would want to mention is what I am calling information asymmetry, where we need to package our, when we are marketing our institutions, we need to speak one language. And I don't know, Madam, whether we will need to sit and package the message properly so that each one of us, when we go out there, because we are discouraging our prospects, and everyone understands what we are saying, in the form of what message should we give to our prospects so that they come to our institution. And I know we have had a conversation with the CATI chairman at one time, and our May intake was not very good. And I guess it's because of the information we are talking, coupled with the issue of financing. Of course, gender issues are clear. They are we are sort of wearing out the issues of gender, where some courses were considered as male and others female, but we are wearing that out a bit. Maybe disability issues are also a big issue because now that we are in modularization and we are talking about hands-on skills, how do we help our brothers and sisters who have disabilities and they are not able to take certain courses, especially here where we are? Those are some of the issues I would want. There are many, and they have been discussed, issues of placements, issues of trainers adequacy. I thank the TVET because they are crossing in a bit, and we are having now trainers getting trained and changing their perspectives towards TVET. Dr. Mwangi talked about online assessments. And one of the challenges I found myself is when I went to the industry. And the industry is not too much willing to spend more time with the trainees because online assessment in relation to CBET requires the supervisors to take more time with the trainees, which they were not too much willing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And actually, that brings me to our graduate here, Bwana Mochache. You are in the workplace today, isn't it? And what you're asking is, how well did your training prepare you for tasks at your workplace? And are you meeting their expectations?
So by the time I stepped out of the institutions, I had learned on how to cope with the challenges that I'm going to meet at my workplace and all the job requirements. I had also been taught by my teachers. And my expectations is that I open a very big workplace so that I can create more employment to young people who are suffering.
Coffee. Thank you. So from your industry experience, you also want to set up an industry that can employ more youths, isn't it? Makofi tafadhali. That's a very good vision. Now, before we wind up and pick your other questions, I think our team there have something to show us.
Yes, and just before then, we'll just jump into the questions, then we'll close with it.
Yes.
First question, and you help me, moderator, Dr. Okomo, to choose who's going to answer this. There's a question about, this goes to TVET. It has been directed to you. Why wouldn't decentralize in your institution just like KSG? Why wouldn't you decentralize your institution just like KSG? For us in Northeastern Frontiers, We are disadvantaged by proximity. I think you'll answer that later, Milka. There's another question. Is there any industry assessment of trainees to
Kindly,
check?
maybe your microphone is very close to you.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
seeing some strain.
Some strain, sorry. Let me come again slowly. I think this is for Milka. The question is there a plan to decentralize your institution, just like KSG? For us in Northeastern Frontiers, we are disadvantaged by proximity. Is it clear? Yeah. Excellent. The other question is there any industry assessment of trainees to check their compatibility and gaps, individual or program? I think there's a question on that. If you could probably address that. Then there's another one here. What is the recommended size to make CBET more effective and learner-centered? What is the recommended size to make CBET more effective and learner-centered? And maybe you have one final one on this. I think there is one from Milka. I think we have talked about the class size. The other one is, how can institutions enhance support to trainers to access CBET materials and improve implementation? How can institutions enhance support to trainers to access CBET materials and improve implementation? The best way to keep skills high, the implementation. I think that was a comment on that question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. The first question about decentralization of Kenya School of TVET. You want to respond, or you want the boss to talk about it?
Thank you. I will invite my boss to respond on that. But as he comes, I can respond on the last one.
Correct. Go ahead.
On supporting the institutions in terms of the CBET materials.
Correct,
For
please.
all the 25 institutions that we visited, we did create WhatsApp groups. We have never collapsed them. So encourage your trainers to keep on, sending any questions, any support that they think we can give them in those forums. Number two, because most of the institutions are already setting up the TLCs, I am sure we shall work closely with the TLCs to see how individualized needs of the trainers can be met. Thank you.
Thank you. As he picks the question about decentralization of TVET, Kenya School of TVET, allow me with all humility, Daktari, to load on you a big question. The effective size of learners for effective training. You are equal to the task.
Thank you. To decentralize Kenya School of TVET is a process that has been going on. The ministry and Madam Pierce is aware. The Kenya School of TVET was given mandate in the former regime of Uhuru Kenyatta and my friend, the late Magoha. And in the new formation of government, again, a legal order was given again to really enforce that should be able to happen. One of the things is that it will have centers. And my chairman has been here. We approved 2 years ago as part of our plan, when you are transiting from KTTC to Kenya School of TVET, we will have 5 campuses. So one campus is already 99% complete. It is at Moiben campus, formerly, which was a science technical college, but it was handed over to the TVET. So it will be the Kenya School of TVET campus in the North Rift. That will be at Moiben campus. It's actually ready. For those of you who know the place, it's almost ready. So we will move campuses in clusters. We cannot have a situation where we have 5 students of carpentry in one campus and another in another campus. So Moiben campus will host 2 schools. That's the School of Applied Sciences, all the medical and all the applied sciences, and the School of Agriculture, and all related. So they'll move there. There's bigger land. Then we'll have Coast Campus in the Coast region, which will work with things like blue economy and all those related subjects, and hospitality industry. We'll have it housed in the school. That is the future plan. We'll have one in central Kenya, which will deal with additives that come with things like forestry and all that go with that section. Then, of course, we'll have one in the Western Lake region. So we will have campuses, but the one that will remain at the central Kenya School of TVET will be the ones that are removable, like mechanical engineering equipment. It is massive, it's heavy. You can't move that. So those ones who most likely will then remain at Kenya School of TVET. That way it will be cost effective, and it is also easier for you to have those facilities reaching there. So my friend from Northeastern, we will see which one you can fit in. The second question was, what is the correct size? United Nations Univoc Centers, if you can Google, has different size parameters depending on the classes. But the recommended size for an effective CBET class for engineering and applied systems, it is 30 students per class. For business courses, it is 50 students per class. So those are recommendations. Some countries vary, 32, and others vary up to 35, but that's generally the scope that is there. But of course, this level of development determines our level of classes. We may stretch hours to 40 because we may not have machines that can fit everyone. In developed countries, they are even smaller. And now, as in Canada, they are talking of 28, 22. So it varies according to your level of development. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Even as we think about class sizes, remember the goal of training, the national goals of our education system is access. Access should be expanded as much as possible. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the last question is about industry assessment of trainees. I don't know whether SIDAC, you have something to say to respond to that? Industry assessment of trainees. Maybe if I can take that, I'll say this. Currently, as established, we conduct assessment of our trainees, whether they are in session and when they are out for industrial attachment. Unless there is an aspect of an assessment that is properly not structured at the moment, I believe the current framework is able to guide on the assessment of our trainees, whether they're in session or whether they're in the industry. Because after all, today, we are saying to assess our students, the industry must be involved in the assessment process. The industry is already involved in the curriculum design. They are also involved in the assessment. So I think there may not be anything missing unless that question was not clearly structured. With that, I think we are remaining with 26 seconds. Allow me to thank my panelists and probably wrap up the session by making the following observations. That one, as we talk about CBET training, we have recognized, based on the presentations and the discussions that are here, that we must still address our issues of equipment, our issues of infrastructure, and industry types that we need to train with. Secondly, reconfiguration of our trainers so that the trainers can adapt to new technologies, new tools of training, proper mentorship for them in the programs that we'll establish in our trainer learning centers. We are not lost on the fact that quality assurance is important even as we pursue innovative assessment practices. Partnerships and linkages with industry or whatever form of collaboration with the people who have succeeded out there must be something that we must also still continue to pursue. And lastly, sustainability is a big thing for us. We must pursue it at all costs so that we can sustain education and training in our TVET sector. Thank you so much. Asante sana.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Okumu. Round of applause to him. I would like us to take a picture before you exit, and I must commend Dr. Okumu because at 0000 he ended the panel. Wow. I told you he was the man. He was the man. That's why we were the first ones after lunch to be here. I think more of these panels, we should call Dr. Okumu more, just say. But thank you so much. Once again, let's appreciate the panel. Wonderful work, wonderful job. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. Well done for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure most of you are perusing the program. We are done, but just before then, there's a quick video. There was actually supposed to be a preamble, but I want us to watch it now, so kindly pay attention to the screen as we get to understand just a little bit on the CBET conversation. So over to you, tech team, for the video. Let's go.
For decades, Kenya's technical vocational education and training system lacked coordinated occupational and training standards, industry-aligned competency-based curriculum, and limited availability of high-quality accredited competency-based education and training courses. The gap was clear. Young people did not have the skills employers needed for today's business needs. Competency-based education and training was introduced to deliver practical, technical, and professional training to ensure graduates were market-ready, and the industries they ventured into had a continuous supply of highly skilled professionals.
It was a decision of the government to train the young people on competency-based education and training. So we need to know from industry, what is it that they need? What is their skills gaps?
CBET is a new concept in Kenya, and I can proudly say that there is a very strong wind of change. CBET embraces inputs from industry first. We constitute what we call industry advisory committees to assist us in aligning our curriculum to industry needs and standards.
The first thing was to have master trainers from TVET be trained on CBET to be able to have quality trainers in country. So this was a collaboration between the Canadian partners and the Kenya School of TVET and TVET Authority. So the master trainers, 14 of them from the Kenya School of TVET, were trained for 8 weeks, 4 weeks here in Kenya and 4 weeks in Canada, because Canada is at an advanced level of CBET training, and Kenya as a country, we had a lot to learn from them.
In particular, we've been able to develop 458 curricula that are being implemented in all our institutions. Young African Works has introduced us to the requirements and the need for industry participation in curriculum development, in participation in assessment, in participation in competence certification.
Competency-based education and training focuses on a learner-centered approach, with the trainees taking a more active participatory approach with practical tools and learning processes.
Hii curriculum iko tu sawa, sababu sana sana vitu zao wana based on practical sana. Hiyo ya kitambo ulikuwa unakuja hapo unasoma tu theory, practical kidogo, theory mingi. Ukitoka hapa hata experience hauna. Hata ukiambiwa weka kabiro wezi, lakini saa hii practical ndizo mingi. Kidogo mnasoma dakika mbili mnaenda practical.
The CBET education is best because it gives me more of practical which is needed in the field.
The graduates that we get from TVET institutions, they are actually the drivers of this economy because they are the majority, and you'll find them in every sector. In the industry, they are the majority. And therefore, it is very important we continue emphasizing on TVET education. And then, it is very easy for these graduates to secure job opportunities out there.
A training process can only be as good as its trainers. To ensure trainers were prepared to deliver and support new students in the new learning approach, they needed upskilling to effectively facilitate CBET training.
It's very technical, but basically it's this 2-week focused training developed in partnership with the Kenya School of TVET, the TVET Authority, and Canadian partners to really take instructors and give them the core skills in how to deliver competency-based training.
The target was to do 7,500 in service, which means we were to remodel and to recraft our trainers so that they can be able to move to the competence-based education and training using the Canadian model.
The program has had a lot of interventions within the institutions, from capacity building to equipping, to launching courses, to exchange visits.
The capacity building of trainers on CBET delivery is helpful because currently the students that you are receiving are purely CBET. So unless a trainer knows how to train the CBET way, they may not be able to adequately deliver CBET.
We also benefited from exchange visit to Canada. We were partnering with British Columbia Institute of Technology and institution in Cranbrook. So we had that exchange visit, and our instructors are able to now apply that to the current training.
Quality TVET training requires access to up-to-date tools and workshops to ensure that institutions can deliver high-quality and industry-relevant training. At the core of the Young Africa Works in Kenya TVET program is the supply and installation of state-of-the-art tools, equipment, and learning spaces.
One of the good things that we have also been able to do with Young Africa Works is to bring in the state-of-the-art equipment. One is in aquaculture, that is at Mawego National Polytechnic. That, for this country, is very impressive. If you go to Mawego, we are now able to train our young people practically.
Before, we were struggling. We didn't have enough equipment, but now we have every equipment that we need. So we are going to get every kind of skills that you need in the field.
When we talk about the soil science lab, it has different equipments which I'm able to use them and know different things about the soil. So it makes it more interesting than only theory part, I wish every school could have such a lab.
This program has been very, very successful in terms of national rollout of competence-based education and training within the country. For the last 5 years of its implementation, we have directly influenced about 400 CBET programs that have been developed in the country.
As of 2021, enrollment in CBET programs was standing at 251 young people enrolled in programs that we were supporting. As at now, we are looking at an enrollment of over 7,000 young people enrolled in CBET programs. We've seen the complete rollout of CBET across the country, moving from knowledge-based to competency-based training, which is a unique legacy of this program.
One of the key things we did about reshaping perceptions, also we developed a national strategy with all the partners, and we came up with a catchphrase, Niko Set na TVET. We started rethinking how we do our outreach activities, looking at new communication channels, going on radio stations, doing fun events, sports days, using social media. So all that, and I would say one of the key things we did, we started actively engaging them in terms of young people, understanding how they think, what are they looking for, and even things like you may think that selling facilities or equipment to a student is what helps them make a decision. But something as simple as saying, oh, we have symposiums, we have interactions with other schools, we have fantastic sports facilities. To them, that's probably more important.
We can actually be able to have it sustainable because we have shown that now Kenya School of TVET can run the program even without the donor funding.
Through competency-based education and training, TVET institutions are enhancing youth employability, promoting entrepreneurship, and contributing to decent and dignified jobs for the social-economic growth of Kenya.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate that moment. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to close with these comments that have been sent here. First comment is to Kenya School of TVET. This is what they have said, that you are only a couple of years old, but what you have achieved thus far is equivalent to decades of operationalization. Kudos to the CEO and team. I think we can appreciate them well. Thank you for that comment. And there is also another one to our chief guest. The PS has the best interest of all the youth, and she will leave no stone unturned until all the youth are properly skilled and linked to jobs locally and globally. Thank you so much, Madam PS, as well. These are comments from there. I only have two more announcements. Number one is that, actually there are three, very critical. Number one is someone has lost their phone. If you know your phone is missing, probably it's because of how engaging it has been today. Please make sure you see me after this so we can be able to give you, or our security team already has kept that phone safe. Finally, tomorrow, I'm sure most of you have the program. 8 o'clock is the hour. Please come by here so that we can have a good time together and focus on time as well. As you can tell today, we have rushed well enough to ensure that we end at 5. It's 5 on the dot now, you know. That's because we have really tried to manage that time. So please make sure tomorrow you keep time as well so we can do that. And finally, we have tea. Excellent. Is it being served at the same spot? Just check in. I think just as you walk out, our amazing team is going to show you where to be served tea. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your evening and even the beach as well. Thank you so much and bye-bye. See you tomorrow.